Close your eyes and take a slow, gentle breath. You have reached the end of another day, and that means you have already done enough. You have thought enough, tried enough, and carried enough. This is the hour where life asks you to release it all. You don't have to fix anything right now. You don't have to make sense of anything. Just breathe. Feel your body softening into the mattress beneath you. Feel the quiet invitation of this moment whispering, "It's safe to rest. Your body has been waiting for this permission." Every muscle has carried the story of the day, the tension, the emotions, the unspoken worries, and now you can set them down. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. Let your heart beat without needing to be guarded. You are safe here. The bed beneath you, the air around you, the stillness holding you, these are all forms of love. You are being cared for by life itself. As you settle, you may notice your mind still spinning. Thoughts about what could have gone better, things left unfinished, words left unsaid. Let them float by. You are not those thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. Imagine each thought as a small feather drifting down a quiet stream. Watch them pass. They have no power over you unless you hold on. Tonight, you are learning to let them go. Say softly to yourself, "I am safe. I am at peace. I release this day with love." Each time you exhale, imagine releasing a layer of tension. Each time you inhale, imagine drawing in calm light. You don't have to understand how it works. Your breath is the bridge between body and spirit. It carries you home to yourself. Healing happens most easily when you rest. Your body knows how to restore itself. Every heartbeat, every breath, every moment of stillness is the body's way of saying, "Let me help you." The cells within you already know what to do. They are renewing, repairing, and restoring harmony. Your only task is to allow it to trust the intelligence of life working through you. Forgive yourself for what you did not finish today. Forgive yourself for what you thought you should have done differently. Forgive others for not meeting the expectations you held. You do not need to take that heaviness to bed with you. Forgiveness is not about approval, it's about freedom. Each time you forgive, your spirit grows lighter, your heart beats freer, and your sleep deepens. Imagine a warm golden light glowing at your feet. With each breath, it rises through your legs, your belly, your heart, your arms, until it fills you completely. This light is love. It is the same love that keeps the stars shining and your lungs breathing. It has always been there. Tonight, you are simply remembering it. Let it wrap you in calm. Let it hold you like a gentle embrace. Let it remind you you are not alone. You have spent so many days doing, striving, giving, holding. Tonight, you receive. Tonight, you remember that rest is holy. In this space between wakefulness and sleep, your subconscious is listening. It is the soil where new beliefs grow. Whisper gently, "I am loved. I am safe. I am healing in my sleep." With every repetition, these words take root deep within you. You don't have to push yourself to believe them completely. Even if a small part of you still doubts, that's enough. Healing begins with willingness. Be willing to trust that life loves you. Be willing to accept that you are worthy of peace. Be willing to believe that tomorrow can be softer than today. That willingness opens the door for miracles. If tears come, let them. They are the soul's way of washing away the residue of old pain. There is nothing to be ashamed of in release. You have held so much for so long tonight, you lay it down. Every tear that falls is making room for new joy, new strength, new beginnings. You are not breaking down, you are breaking open. Now imagine yourself standing in a field beneath a starry sky. The air is cool, the night is quiet, and the earth feels steady beneath your feet. The stars above you are like thousands of tiny affirmations, each one whispering, "You are loved, you are guided." You are enough. Let the light of the stars sink into your skin, into your bones, into your heart. You are made of that same light. You always have been. As your breathing slows, repeat in your mind, I am healing now. My body rests in harmony. My mind is calm. My soul is free. Every repetition sends a message to your entire being. Peace is your natural state. The more you affirm it, the more your body remembers what it feels like to live without fear. Sleep is not an escape from life, it is a return to it. When you sleep, you reconnect with the intelligence that created you. You merge with the rhythm of the universe. You become one with the love that sustains everything. You are recharging not just your body, but your spirit. You are being renewed in ways you cannot yet imagine. If your mind wanders again, gently say, I choose peace. No matter what thoughts arise, keep returning to those words. They will guide you deeper and deeper into stillness until the thoughts fade and only peace remains. You are safe to surrender now. You are safe to drift into the quiet arms of sleep, where every breath is healing and every dream is kind. Life loves you, dear one. It always has. Even when you doubted, even when you feared, even when you forgot, tonight you remember. You are love in human form. You are safe in every breath. You are whole in every heartbeat. Rest now, and let the universe remind your body of the truth. You have entered the healing night. Every cell glows with peace. Every thought quiets into silence. Every worry dissolves into light. As you fall asleep, life whispers the words you most need to hear. You are loved. You are forgiven. You are free. All is well. Sleep now, beloved soul. The work is done. The healing has begun. Life will take care of you from here. Sweet dreams. There is a sacred hour between wakefulness and rest, when the world begins to hush and the soul prepares to return to itself. The noise of the day fades, the demands soften, and life whispers, you have done enough. This is not an hour for striving. It is the time when your spirit, weary from thought and movement, asks only for gentleness. The day has fulfilled its purpose. Now it is time to receive. You have carried much conversations, tasks, expectations, small worries that clung like dust to the corners of the mind. Yet in this moment, life asks nothing more of you. Everything unfinished will wait. What truly matters continues quietly without your supervision. The heart beats, the breath moves, the world turns. The universe itself is proof that rest sustains creation. Even the stars must rise and set. It is safe to release the day. Whatever you said, whatever you forgot, whatever you wish had gone differently, all of it has already dissolved into the stream of time. You cannot rewrite what has passed, but you can bless it. When you bless the day, it transforms from weight into wisdom. Whisper softly, I release this day with love. Feel the air lighten around you as if your words have opened a window. Each exhale is an act of trust. Every time you breathe out, you let the universe handle what the mind cannot. Let your breath become your prayer. Inhale, welcoming peace. Exhale, surrendering control. You do not need to hold the world in your hands. Life has always been capable of holding you. The more you trust, the softer the edges of the day become. Let us rest the mind by releasing one thought at a time. Picture them as small feathers floating down a stream. Watch them drift away, each one carrying a little piece of tension with it. There is no need to chase or analyze them. You are not your thoughts. You are the calm water beneath them. You are the witness that remains when everything else settles. Rest is not laziness. It is the divine rhythm of giving and receiving. All creation breathes in and out. The ocean does not apologize for its tides. The moon does not apologize for its phases. You too are part of this sacred rhythm. To rest is to participate in life's design. When you allow yourself to rest, you declare, I trust the flow of life. Notice how the body responds to stillness. The shoulders drop, the jaw loosens, the heartbeat slows into a natural rhythm. Every muscle sighs with gratitude when you stop asking it to be strong. For hours it has served you, walking, reaching, lifting, holding. Now it can simply be. Stillness is its reward. The body, once treated as a servant, becomes your friend again when you let it rest. If the mind begins to stir, remind it that nothing is unfinished in the eyes of life. Life does not count tasks completed. It counts moments of awareness. The most productive thing you can do now is to be present, to honor this breath, this softness, this silence. Everything else can wait until morning. Let us forgive this day before we sleep. Forgive yourself for every moment you wished you had done better. Forgive others for not meeting you where you hoped they would. Forgive the world for being imperfect. Forgiveness empties the heart so that peace can enter. Whisper, I release all expectations. I am free to rest in love. Imagine now that you are breathing light. Each inhale gathers golden warmth. Each exhale spreads that warmth through your body. Begin at the soles of your feet. See them glow softly as the golden light rises upward, flowing through the legs, the hips, the belly. It climbs to the chest, the shoulders, the neck, and finally reaches the crown of your head. You are filled with light, steady, calm, and whole. That golden glow is not imagination, it is recognition. It is the awareness of the love that has always sustained you, even now while you lie still. That love breathes through you. It does not require your permission, it simply is. All you need to do is notice it. Say quietly, I am safe, I have done enough, I rest in love. Repeat it with the rhythm of your breath. Let the words flow through your body the way waves move through the sea. The cells respond to truth. Feel the soft vibration of those words settling in your heart. This is the moment where effort ends. You no longer have to be strong or wise or certain. You do not need to fix, prove, or plan. There is nothing to earn and nothing to fear. The day is complete. The night is your refuge. You are safe to surrender. Allow your body to melt into the bed beneath you. Feel how the mattress holds your weight without judgment, how the air around you cradles every curve and contour. The universe supports you in exactly the same way, effortlessly. You do not have to hold yourself up anymore. If tears come, let them. They are not signs of weakness, they are proof that you are softening. Each tear washes away the residue of striving. Each sigh releases a layer of armor you no longer need. The body remembers how to heal when the heart is unguarded. Now let us fall deeper into quiet. Listen for the sound beneath sound, the hush that holds everything together. You may hear the faint pulse of your own heartbeat. That rhythm is older than any worry, steadier than any thought. Trust it. It has carried you through every joy and every challenge. It will carry you now into rest. As you drift, imagine the earth itself breathing with you. With every inhale, the trees draw in air. With every exhale, they release peace. You are part of this sacred exchange. You belong to the same breath that moves oceans and lifts mountains. Let that thought soothe you like a lullaby sung by the stars. Say one more time, gently, I am safe. I have done enough. I rest in love. Feel the meaning deepen with each repetition. The mind grows quiet. The body softens. The soul smiles. You are being held by something vast and tender, something that asks for nothing except your willingness to let go. There is nothing more to do. The day has completed its purpose, and so have you. Let go now, not in defeat, but in trust. Let peace take over where effort once lived. Let the quiet embrace you until all you can feel is the slow rhythm of love itself. You are safe, you are loved, you may rest. When the day finally quiets and the mind begins to loosen its hold, the body steps forward, ready to be heard. It has been whispering all day through tension, through fatigue, through the rhythm of your breath. The body has its own wisdom, ancient and constant, and it speaks only one language, the language of feeling. For too long, many of us have treated our bodies as servants, pushing them, judging them, scolding them for being tired or sore. Yet the body is not an enemy to conquer. It is the home of your spirit, a sacred vessel designed not for punishment, but for partnership. Tonight, we learn to listen again. Place your awareness at the soles of your feet. They have carried you everywhere today, faithfully, quietly. Feel them now as they soften. Imagine them glowing with a gentle warmth, as though the earth herself were holding them in her palms. Say silently, "Thank you, my feet, for every step you took." Gratitude is how we begin to speak the body's language. Slowly, let your attention move upward through your legs. They may ache, they may feel heavy, but they have served you beautifully. Every muscle has been loyal. Whisper softly, "You can rest now. You no longer need to hold me upright. I release you into peace." You might feel a small pulse of relief. This is the body sighing in recognition. The body hears every thought you think. Words are nutrition for the cells. Critical thoughts create tension. Loving thoughts bring harmony. Tonight, feed your body kindness. Tell it, "You are safe now. I appreciate you. You are loved." Even if you do not fully believe these words yet, speak them anyway. The body believes before the mind does. Move your attention now to your abdomen. It holds much digestion, emotion, intuition. Often it carries worry like a secret burden. Place a gentle hand there and breathe deeply. Feel the rise and fall beneath your palm. Say quietly, "I trust you to process what I cannot see. I let go of fear. I allow ease to flow." Notice how warmth begins to bloom there. Next, bring awareness to the chest. Within it beats the oldest rhythm. You know, the first sound you ever heard was your own heart. It has labored faithfully since your first moment of life. You have never had to command it. It beats of its own accord, in perfect obedience to life. Whisper, "Thank you, my heart, for loving me even when I forgot to love myself." As you breathe, imagine the air entering your lungs as liquid gold. Each inhale fills you with light. Each exhale spreads it through your veins. That light is life itself, pure, healing, intelligent. It knows exactly where to go, what to repair, what to soothe. You need not guide it. You need only trust it. Your shoulders may still carry the invisible weight of the day. They hold responsibility, expectation, and sometimes guilt. Let them drop now, like leaves falling from a branch. Say softly, "I release all burdens that are not mine to carry. I am supported by life." Feel the tension melt as the body receives permission to let go. Move your attention to your arms and hands. They have reached, lifted, created, held. They have touched the world. Whisper, "Thank you for all that you have given. You may rest now. Your work is done for today." The fingers soften, the palms open. When the hands relax, the heart follows. Now notice your neck and throat. How many words have they swallowed today? How many truths have they held back? Breathe gently into that space. Imagine the air sweeping through, clearing away all that was unspoken. Say, "It is safe to express myself. It is safe to rest my voice. I am heard, even in silence." The face carries the expressions of the day, the smiles, the frowns, the strain of effort. Let every muscle release. Feel the eyelids grow heavy, the mouth unclench. Allow the forehead to smooth. Whisper, "I let go of every mask I have worn today. I am free to be at peace." the body responds instantly to kindness. You can almost feel it sighing with relief as your awareness moves through it like a slow river. This is the miracle of listening. Healing begins not with medicine, but with attention. The body only asks to be seen, to be treated as sacred again. Imagine now a soft, radiant warmth at your feet, glowing like sunlight beneath the skin. With each breath, this light rises slowly upward, through your ankles, your calves, your knees. It travels to your hips, your belly, your chest, until it fills your entire being. Every cell drinks it in like morning dew. This golden light is not from outside you. It is the life within you remembering itself. It is the natural energy that flows when you stop resisting, when you allow. Feel it circulating through your veins, washing away every residue of strain. You are glowing now, radiant with quiet health. The body has always known how to heal. It repairs wounds, regenerates cells, balances chemistry, all without your conscious control. It asks only for rest and loving awareness. As you drift toward sleep, you are granting it exactly what it needs. Say to yourself, "My body knows how to heal. I allow it to rest in peace." Trust that even now, while you lie still, thousands of small miracles are happening within you. The heart renews, the organs restore, the cells sing their ancient song of life. You do not have to direct it. The intelligence that made the stars also made your body, and it does not forget how to shine. Let us deepen the peace even more. Breathe slowly and fully, as though each inhale gathers light and each exhale releases gratitude. Feel the rhythm settle into a lullaby. The breath becomes the bridge between body and spirit, two aspects of the same divine life, reunited in harmony. If stray thoughts arise, simply return to sensation. Feel the weight of the body resting on the bed, the softness beneath you, the steady pulse within. Let this awareness anchor you in the present moment. The mind may wander, but the body is always here, faithful, grounded, alive. Perhaps you sense a subtle hum within you now, a quiet vibration beneath the stillness. That is life itself, speaking the language beyond words. It says, "All is well. You are safe. You are loved." This is the lullaby the universe has been singing since the beginning of time. The body does not need perfection to be peaceful. It only needs your permission to be. Even pain can soften under love's gaze. When you send compassion into the aching places, they respond not with resistance, but with gratitude. Love dissolves what force cannot. Let us close with a blessing for the entire body. Whisper along with me in your heart. Every part of me rests in peace. Every cell vibrates with love. Every breath restores harmony. I thank my body for all it has done, and I bless it with kindness. Now imagine that golden light you felt before growing brighter, expanding beyond the skin, forming a gentle cocoon around you. It shimmers softly like moonlight on water. This is the aura of your peace, the radiance of a body loved and heard. Breathe deeply one last time. Inhale light, exhale gratitude. Let the breath carry you deeper into stillness. Your body has spoken and you have listened. In this harmony between awareness and form, healing happens quietly, naturally, inevitably. You are safe now, you are whole. Your body rests in love. Now that the body has been heard and comforted, the mind begins to loosen its grip. It is the mind that carries the stories, the lists, the questions that never seem to end. Even when the body lies still, the mind often keeps running. Tonight we will teach it the art of rest. For just as the body needs sleep to repair, the mind needs quiet to remember peace. The mind is a faithful servant. It only wants to protect you. When it replays old conversations or imagines future worries, it is saying, "I want to keep you safe." But you are safe now. The day is over. There is nothing left to guard. Whisper gently, "Thank you, dear mind. You have worked hard today. Now it is time to rest." Imagine the thoughts floating before you, soft and shapeless, like clouds after rain. You do not need to chase them or push them away. Simply watch them drift. They lose strength when you no longer fight them. Every thought, no matter how insistent, eventually passes through the vast sky of your awareness. You are that sky, spacious, infinite, unchanged. Close your eyes a little deeper. See a slow, shimmering stream before you, clear and quiet. Each thought becomes a small feather landing gently on the surface, carried away by the current. Watch them glide and vanish. You need not reach for any of them. The stream of consciousness knows where to. Take them away from effort into stillness. Some thoughts will whisper, "What if?" Some will say, "Remember when?" Smile at them all. They mean no harm. They are simply echoes of old stories, searching for an audience. Let them pass. Tell them, "You are free to go. I am choosing peace now." Each time you say this, the water clears a little more, the current slows, the reflection deepens. Peace is not the absence of thought, it is the choice of gentler ones. When you notice a thought of fear, offer it compassion. Say, "You are only trying to help me, but I am safe now." When you notice a thought of regret, say, "You are part of my learning, but I no longer need you to stay." Speak to your mind with the same tenderness you give a child. The mind loves direction. Without it, it wanders. So tonight, we give it a path of peace to walk. Begin to repeat slowly, "I am calm, I am centered, I am loved." These words are not demands, they are invitations. Feel how your breathing changes as you speak them. Feel how your heartbeat synchronizes with the rhythm of gentleness. Imagine a soft, silvery glow forming in the center of your forehead. This is the light of clarity awakening. It is the still flame of awareness that exists beneath all noise. Let this glow expand slightly, washing through the brain, down the spine, through the nerves. Each cell of thought begins to rest. The mind becomes like a moonlit lake, smooth and still. Do not be afraid of silence. The world has taught you to fill every space with sound, but silence is not emptiness, it is life listening. Within silence, you meet your truest self. You will find that the more you rest in it, the more it speaks to you, not with words, but with peace. Look around the room of your imagination now. See how the night holds everything in its arms, the trees, the houses, the stars. Notice how still it is. The quiet beauty of the night is not loneliness, it is serenity. The same serenity lives inside you. You are a reflection of that night sky, vast, luminous, untouched by the movements of the world. When stray memories appear, do not label them as distractions. Think of them as guests passing through a quiet inn. Each one arrives, rests, and departs. Your only role is to offer them kindness as they go. Resistance turns them into noise. Acceptance turns them into peace. Repeat softly, "My thoughts are peaceful. My mind is clear. I sleep in harmony with life." Let each sentence fall like a drop of water into a still pond. Notice the ripples spreading, each wave slower than the last, until the water becomes perfectly calm. This is how rest begins, not with effort, but with gentle return. The mind loves repetition. It finds safety in rhythm. So let us create a rhythm of reassurance. Inhale, "I am safe." Exhale, "All is well." Inhale, "I release this day." Exhale, "I welcome peace." Continue this pattern, not as a task, but as a melody. Soon, the breath and the words will merge into one soft pulse of being. As your thoughts slow, you may feel small sparks of light behind your eyes. That is the energy of awareness, reorganizing itself into harmony. It is the mind rearranging the clutter of the day into the order of rest. Every spark is a thought finding its rightful place, quiet, balanced, complete. Somewhere deep within, a small, gentle voice begins to emerge. It says, "You are enough." It says, "You are loved." It says, "You are free to rest." This is not a new voice. It is the one you have always known, the voice of your higher self, patient and kind, waiting beneath the chatter. Listen. Let it become the final sound you hear before sleep. Now picture your mind as a great library. The books of memory line the shelves, heavy and weighting. You need not read them tonight. Close the door to the library softly. Outside, the moonlight spills through the window of your soul, illuminating peace. You can return to those stories another day when the heart is rested and clear. Every night, the mind gathers what it has learned and brings it to rest. Dreams are the way it organizes understanding into wisdom. Even in sleep, the mind continues its devotion to you, translating pain into lessons, experience into grace. Trust this process. The mind is not your enemy, it is your student, and love is the teacher. Let us now affirm together, I forgive my mind for its restlessness. I thank it for its service. I release it into peace. Feel the gentle hum within your temples fade into calm. The thoughts grow slower, softer, like the final notes of a lullaby dissolving into silence. As you rest, imagine yourself lying beneath a vast night sky. The stars are your thoughts, countless and brilliant, yet distant and harmless. They shine quietly, not demanding attention. You may look at them or close your eyes to them. The sky remains the same. You are that sky, unmoved, eternal, serene. The mind, once wild as the wind, now becomes the air, after rain clean, cool, and still. You do not have to hold peace. You only need to stop chasing noise. The more you surrender, the more the silence fills you. Let us end this part with gratitude. Whisper softly, "Thank you, my mind, for carrying me through this day. Thank you for helping me learn and understand. Now I give you back to peace." Feel a quiet smile form inside you as your mind drifts into its own rest, merging with the great stillness of the night. You are calm, you are centered, you are loved. The clearing of the mind is complete. Now that the body is resting and the mind has grown quiet, we arrive at the sacred chamber of the heart, the true center of healing. The heart is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. It listens when the mind cannot, and it feels what words cannot describe. Every heartbeat is a whisper of divine love, reminding you that even in silence, life is here. Throughout the day, the heart has carried emotions, both spoken and unspoken. It has felt joy, tenderness, and perhaps the sting of disappointment. It has stretched to hold others' sorrows, often forgetting its own need for comfort. But tonight, the heart returns to itself. It lays down its burdens and remembers its natural rhythm, steady, open, at peace. Place your hand gently over your chest. Feel that faithful pulse beneath your palm. It has never ceased working for you, never once demanded thanks. Whisper softly, "Thank you, my heart, for all that you have given. Thank you for loving, even when I forgot to love myself." With that simple gratitude, the heart begins to unfurl, like a rose opening in the dark. The heart is not fragile, it is eternal. It has survived every loss and disappointment you thought would break it. Each crack has only made it more spacious, more compassionate. Where you once held pain, there is now room for understanding. Every wound has deepened your capacity to love. You are not broken, you are expanded. Tonight, let us cleanse the heart with forgiveness. Forgiveness is the nightly washing of the soul. It does not excuse what happened, it simply frees you from the weight of carrying it. Think of forgiveness as opening a window in a room that has grown stuffy. The air rushes in, and suddenly you can breathe again. Begin by forgiving yourself. Say quietly, "I forgive myself for every harsh word I've spoken to my own heart. I forgive myself for judging my journey. I forgive myself for forgetting that I am loved. Feel those words ripple through your chest like a breeze through leaves. Self-forgiveness is the beginning of all peace. Now bring to mind anyone who troubled your spirit today or long ago. Do not analyze, do not argue, simply hold their image in the light of your awareness. Say, I release you, I bless you, I free us both to live in peace. The heart softens as you say it. The knot of resentment begins to loosen. The past, so heavy a moment ago, starts to dissolve. If tears rise, let them. Tears are the water that cleanses the altar of the heart. They are not weakness, they are devotion. Each drop carries away a fragment of bitterness, making space for tenderness. You are not falling apart, you are falling open. Let the tears fall where they may, they are holy. Now imagine a soft, rose-colored light blooming in the center of your chest. It expands with each breath, growing warmer, brighter, gentler. This is the light of love, pure, unconditional, limitless. It has lived inside you all along, waiting for your permission to shine. Let it spread through your entire body, bathing every organ, every cell, every memory in compassion. Say with me softly, I forgive myself. I forgive the past. I rest in love's embrace. Feel how the words change the atmosphere within you. The heart hums in agreement. This vibration is what healing feels like, not an event, but a gentle, ongoing release into love. The heart understands things the mind cannot. It does not measure worth or tally mistakes. It loves without reason. When you surrender to its rhythm, life begins to flow again. You stop asking, why did this happen? And begin saying, what is this teaching me? Every question born of fear transforms into understanding when seen through the heart. Gratitude is the highest form of the heart's intelligence. As you lie here, think of one thing, just one, for which you are grateful. Let it fill your chest until it glows. Gratitude changes the chemistry of the body. It turns ordinary breath into prayer. With every inhale, say, thank you, life. With every exhale, whisper, I am blessed. Now place both hands over your heart. Feel its warmth beneath your palms. This is your sacred center, the meeting place of the human and the divine. Say softly, thank you for another day. Thank you for every lesson, every kindness, every chance to begin again. Gratitude transforms everything it touches. The heart is like a mirror. It reflects what you place before it. When you hold anger there, it reflects pain. When you hold love there, it reflects beauty. What you place in your heart tonight will shape the world you awaken to tomorrow. Fill it then with kindness. Let no shadow linger where light longs to be. If any final heaviness remains, any regret, any fear, imagine gathering it gently into your hands. Do not judge it, bless it. Then release it upward into the light. Watch it dissolve into gold dust, scattering into the universe to be transformed into wisdom. Nothing is wasted in love's economy. Even sorrow becomes service when released. In this stillness, feel how peace moves through you like a tide. The heart beats slower now, softer, as if matching the rhythm of eternity. You may notice a faint smile forming not from thought, but from recognition. This is what it feels like to be free of resistance. The heart remembers its original purpose, to give and to receive love without fear. Let us speak one more set of affirmations together, slowly, like a lullaby. I am willing to forgive. I am open to love. I am safe in my heart. I trust the wisdom of life. My heart is at peace. As you breathe these truths, the rose-colored light within your chest expands again. It stretches beyond the borders of your body, filling the room, filling the night, touching everything it meets. Somewhere, another heart feels this warmth and softens too. Love cannot be contained. It radiates endlessly. Your heart is now light, open, and still. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to guard. Love is doing the work for you. All that remains is rest. Rest in the knowledge that you are loved beyond measure. Close your eyes fully. Feel the weight of your hands over your heart, the steady rhythm beneath them, the soft hum of peace around you. Whisper once more, "Thank you, I am loved, I am free." Stay there for a while. Let the silence settle like gentle rain. The heart, cleansed and renewed, continues to beat not out of duty, but out of joy. You are safe, you are forgiven, you are deeply, eternally loved. Beyond the heart's quiet release, there is a softer space, still a place, where the soul rests in its own light. It is here, in the hush between waking and dreaming, that healing finishes its sacred work. The world outside grows distant, the breath slows, and you begin to remember the oldest truth. You are made of light. As you sink deeper into stillness, imagine the night sky stretching endlessly above you. The stars are scattered like seeds of gold, each one pulsing gently, patiently. They do not rush to shine. They simply exist in radiance. You are not separate from them. You are one of them. The same intelligence that lights the stars also lights your soul. Sleep is not an escape from life. It is life returning you to harmony. Because each night, the soul leaves the noise of the world and enters the great silence where creation begins anew. You do not disappear when you sleep. You are renewed. The mind rests, the body repairs, and the spirit gathers strength for another dawn. Tonight, as you drift toward that renewal, surrender everything that no longer serves you. Let it dissolve as naturally as clouds fading into sky. Worry, doubt, and regret have done their part. They have shown you what you no longer wish to carry. Whisper, "I let it go." I trust life to handle what I cannot. Feel how peace begins to gather at the edges of your being. It rises like a tide, washing over every corner of the mind, every shadow of the heart. There is no effort here, only allowance. You are learning to rest in the arms of the divine, the way a child rests in a mother's embrace. Imagine now a starlit field stretching out before you. The air is cool and sweet. The ground beneath you feels steady and kind. Above you, the stars glimmer like gentle eyes watching with love. Each star whispers a word into the night. You are loved. You are guided. You are free. Let their light sink into your skin, into your breath, into your dreams. Say softly to yourself, "I am light. I am peace. I am safe in the universe." Feel how the body responds to those words. The breath deepens, the muscles loosen, the chest opens. Truth always relaxes you. The body recognizes truth long before the mind does. The subconscious mind is listening now. In this twilight state, every thought becomes a seed planted deep within your inner garden. Choose only words that nurture you. Whisper, "I am loved. I am whole." My life unfolds in perfect harmony. These affirmations are not merely sentences, they are blueprints for your tomorrow. The night is sacred because it teaches surrender. When you fall asleep, you practice the art of trust. You release control completely, allowing life to breathe you, to dream you, to recreate you. Each morning, you awaken as a new version of yourself, refreshed, restored, reborn. Tonight, that transformation begins before the first dream even forms. You have spent years believing you must work to deserve peace, but peace is not earned, it is inherited. It has been yours since the moment you were born. Sleep only reminds you of what you have always possessed. As you drift, you return to your natural state, pure, still, whole. Breathe in deeply now. Inhale through the nose, drawing in calm light. Exhale slowly through the mouth, releasing any last fragments of tension. With each exhale, the day fades further into memory. Each breath carries you closer to the heart of peace, where nothing needs fixing and everything simply is. If any worry tries to rise again, bless it as you would bless a passing cloud. Say, you may go now. I am resting in the hands of life. The worry will leave, grateful to have been acknowledged. You do not defeat fear, you love it into quiet. Now feel the edges of your body begin to blur. You are no longer just skin and bone. You are light and breath and warmth. The boundaries between you and the world dissolve. You are the stars, the air, the earth, and the sky. Everything around you hums with the same rhythm. All is well. All is well. In this space of unity, your dreams begin to form. They are not random, they are messages from the deeper self, weaving symbols of healing, love, and understanding. Trust them. Even the ones you forget by morning leave their blessing within you. Every dream is a thread in the tapestry of your wholeness. Now repeat after me, softly and slowly, allowing each phrase to become part of your breath. I am loved, I am light, I am peace itself. I am safe in the universe. I trust the rhythm of life. My body restores. My heart forgives. My mind rests in grace. Feel those affirmations settle into your subconscious, like seeds falling into rich soil. You do not need to force them to grow. Life will tend to them while you sleep. By morning, they will have blossomed into calm, strength, and quiet joy. Sleep is the bridge between worlds, the meeting of the human and the divine. When you cross it, you rejoin the endless river of energy that created you. There is no effort here, no separation. You are one with the love that moves through everything. Let the breath become shallower now, softer, slower. Let it guide you deeper into the rhythm of the night. Each inhale draws in starlight. Each exhale releases the last traces of the day. You are entering the realm where time dissolves, where healing is as natural as breathing. The soul travels in rest, it gathers guidance, replenishes faith, and returns with quiet wisdom. You may not remember the journey, but you will feel its result in the morning. A calm heart, a clear mind, and a renewed sense of trust. If a single doubt lingers, am I really safe? Answer it with this truth. You are held by the same intelligence that keeps the planets in orbit, the tides in rhythm, the seasons in order. That intelligence cannot forget you. You are part of its design, cherished beyond measure. Now imagine yourself surrounded by a cocoon of light, soft, shimmering, golden white. It pulses gently with your breath. This is your protection, your comfort, your reminder of divine care. Within this light, nothing can disturb you. Within this light, you rest in the arms of peace. Let this cocoon expand until it fills the entire room, blessing every object, every corner with calm. Even the air around you hums in harmony with your breath. The universe itself has grown quiet to watch over your sleep. Say these final words as you drift closer to dreams. I am loved. I am forgiven. I am free. All is well. All is well. All is well. The rhythm of those words becomes the rhythm of your heartbeat, steady and sure. The mind dissolves, the body releases, and only the light remains. You are no longer separate from the night sky. You are part of its vast peace. The stars, the moon, the breath, they are all within you. You have come home to yourself. As you surrender completely, the last thought that remains is love. Love for your body that has served you. Love for your mind that has learned to rest. Love for your heart that has forgiven. Love for life that has carried you through another day. Sleep now, beloved. The universe watches over you. Every cell glows with harmony. Every breath deepens your peace. Every beat of your heart says quietly, I am safe, I am whole, I am home. Rest deeply. Dream sweetly. Let life heal you in your sleep. You are loved, you are forgiven, you are free. All is well, all is well, all is well. Your body hears everything your mind says, every criticism, every fear, every word of love. It listens quietly, faithfully, and obeys the language of your thoughts without resistance. What you believe about your body becomes the instruction it follows. Most of us were never taught that our thoughts are commands. We speak of pain as if it owns us, and our bodies obey that authority. But the truth is gentler, greater. Your body is not your enemy. It is your most loyal student, repeating whatever you teach it. When you tell your body, I am tired, I am sick, I am broken, it believes you. But when you whisper, I am healing, I am whole, I am loved, it begins to reorganize itself around that truth. Thought is the blueprint, the body is the builder. Every illness begins as a message, a signal that something in your inner world needs love. Perhaps it's an old resentment, a buried grief, a fear you've outgrown. The body speaks when the heart has been silenced. Listen, and it will tell you exactly what it needs. Healing does not come from fighting the body. It comes from befriending it. Each cell responds to love faster than it does to medicine. When you bless your body instead of blaming it, you create the chemistry of healing. Science now confirms what spirit has always known. The brain releases healing chemicals when you feel gratitude, joy, and peace. Your immune system listens to your thoughts. Your cells align with your emotional tone. You are the composer of your health. Think of this. Every organ in your body wants to work for you. Your heart beats without asking permission. Your lungs expand, your blood renews, your skin repairs, all while you sleep. The intelligence of life itself lives inside you. When you worry, you interrupt that intelligence. Fear floods your system with stress signals, telling your body to defend instead of heal. But when you think thoughts of safety, calm, and love, you restore balance and healing begins. Place a hand on the part of your body that aches. Instead of saying, why are you failing me? Say, thank you for staying with me. I love you. I release all fear now. Feel the warmth in your hand. That's energy responding to intention. Your thoughts are not small. Each one is a ripple that touches every cell. You can use them to harm or to heal. The choice is always yours. Healing begins the moment you take responsibility for the way you speak to yourself. You are not a victim of your body, you are its guardian. And your body is not punishing you, it's protecting you. Pain is the alarm, not the problem. The problem is the thought that created tension in the first place. Change the thought, and the pain has no purpose left. I have seen people heal from illnesses, doctors called incurable, not by magic, but by changing the way they thought. They stopped repeating, I am sick, and began declaring, I am healing. The body followed the new script. When you think of your body with fear, it contracts. When you think of it with love, it relaxes. Healing requires relaxation. You cannot mend while you are tense. Let go. Breathe deeply. Say, I am safe now. Safety is the soil where healing grows. Forgiveness, too, is medicine. Holding anger is like drinking poison and expecting someone else to fall ill. Every thought of resentment tightens the body. Every thought of forgiveness releases it. Forgive not for them, but for your own freedom. Try this. Each morning, look in the mirror and speak kindly to your reflection. Say, I love you, we are healing. Even if you don't believe it yet, repeat it daily. The repetition rewires your brain, the emotion follows later. Affirmations are not fantasy, they are instructions. Each time you say, I am healthy and whole, your subconscious begins searching for evidence to prove it true. Over time, it reshapes your behavior, your posture, even your biology. Remember, your body is not separate from your mind. It is the mind made visible. What you think in secret, the body reveals in form. This is not punishment. It is proof that your thoughts are powerful enough to create and therefore powerful enough to heal. If you have lived in pain for years, this idea might sound impossible. But impossibility is only a thought, and thoughts can change. Begin small. Choose one loving thought today and repeat it until it feels real. That's how transformation starts. You are not healing alone. The same force that makes flowers bloom and waves rise lives in you. When you align your thoughts with love, you call that universal intelligence to assist you. You do not have to understand how it already knows what to do. Healing is not a future event, it is a present decision. Every time you think kindly, forgive yourself, or speak with gratitude, you accelerate the process. Every thought of love is a dose of medicine. Every moment of peace is a miracle. You can heal with your thoughts because your thoughts are energy, and energy obeys focus. Wherever attention goes, life grows. So if you want healing, focus on harmony, not hurt. Focus on progress, not pain. Focus on love, and life will echo it. Say gently, my body and I are on the same team. We are healing together. I am grateful for every improvement, every message, every moment of peace. Feel how your shoulders drop as you say it. That is your body believing you. Every night before you sleep, bless your body. Thank it for keeping you alive. Thank it for learning, adapting, and carrying your spirit through another day. Gratitude is the bridge between mind and matter. It tells the body it is safe to rest and repair. Healing is not about perfection, it's about partnership. The moment you stop criticizing your body and start loving it, miracles begin quietly under the skin. Cells light up, tension fades. The body remembers how to be well. So now take a breath and say these words. I love my body. I forgive my body. I trust my body. My thoughts are my medicine. I heal with the power of thought. Repeat them until they become your truth, because they already are. There is a quiet truth that lives beneath every heartbeat. Your body is listening to you. It listens with a devotion far deeper than most people ever realize. It listens to every word you whisper inwardly, every fear you allow to linger, every hope you nourish, and every thought you repeat. It listens not to judge you, but to follow your lead, like a faithful student learning from its teacher. When you speak lovingly within yourself, your body relaxes, your breath deepens, your shoulders soften, your heartbeat calms. When your thoughts are fearful, the body tightens as if trying to shield you from imagined danger. It does not question whether the thought is truth or memory or misunderstanding. It simply responds. It lives by the instructions you give it. From the earliest years, we learn ways of speaking to ourselves without knowing their consequences. A child who hears constant criticism begins to echo that criticism inwardly. A child who hears fear learns to fear the world. A child who feels unworthy may grow into an adult whose body carries that unworthiness in posture, tension, aches, and exhaustion. Early beliefs shape the language we speak to our bodies for decades. Repeated criticism becomes instruction. If you say to yourself, I am weak, the body listens and yields strength. If you say, I am tired, it responds by heavying the limbs. If you say, I cannot heal, it follows that direction as faithfully as it would follow, I am healing now. Thoughts are commands, and the body obeys with complete loyalty. The body mirrors the emotional climate of the mind. When your thoughts are stormy, the body becomes unsettled. When your thoughts are heavy, the body feels that weight. When your thoughts are gentle, your body finds ease. The mind creates the weather, and the body stands beneath the sky it paints. I remember clearly the first time I discovered just how quickly the body responds to a change in thought. I had been speaking harshly to myself without realizing it, scolding my body, blaming it, criticizing its imperfections. When I decided to speak gently instead, even for a moment, something shifted. A warmth rose in my chest. The breath moved freely, the tension released. It was as if my body sighed in relief, saying, "Thank you for finally being kind." This was the moment I understood the power of affirmations, not as hopeful words, but as healing instructions. The body reacts instantly to the tone of the mind. A soothing thought softens muscle. A loving thought calms the heartbeat. A hopeful thought brightens the entire system. Healing begins when we take responsibility for the way we think. Thoughts become chemistry. When you think fearful thoughts, the body releases fear chemicals. When you think thoughts of safety, the body releases calming chemistry. When you think loving thoughts, the body is bathed in peaceful signals. The body is not separate from the mind. It is the mind made visible, moving in physical form. Your breath shows this truth beautifully. Notice how it changes with your thoughts. A heavy thought shortens the breath. A worried thought tightens it. A comforting thought expands it. A loving thought deepens it. The breath is the bridge between the thought and the body, translating inner language into physical expression. Many people spend years blaming their bodies for aches, pains, or illnesses, never realizing how harsh their inner dialogue has been. They speak to their bodies as if scolding a child. They say, "Why are you doing this to me?" when the body has done nothing but follow instructions. When you shift from self-blame to self-blessing, the body feels the change immediately. To move from blame to blessing, start simply. Instead of criticizing a part of your body, place your hand there gently. Speak to it softly. Say, "I am learning to love you," or "Thank you for working so hard for me," or "It is safe for you to relax now." Even if you cannot feel love fully, the intention itself begins healing. Every cell in your body responds to loving words. Each cell holds intelligence, memory, and sensitivity to thought. When you say, "My body hears loving words," you are acknowledging the truth that changes everything. This phrase becomes the foundation of physical transformation because it invites you to choose your thoughts consciously. You have the power to teach your body a new language. You can speak words of comfort instead of criticism. You can think thoughts of gratitude instead of fear. You can offer reassurance instead of tension. With each loving thought, your body learns to trust you. And when the body trusts, it heals. The body is remarkably forgiving. Even after years of harsh inner talk, it responds quickly to kindness. It does not hold grudges. It does not punish. It only waits patiently for you to speak to it with tenderness. The moment you do, it begins softening layers of tension that may have been held for years. You may have noticed how certain thoughts make your shoulders rise or your throat tighten. These responses are not random. They are the body's way of expressing what the mind has not yet healed. When you change the thought, the tension fades. When you bless your body, the tightness releases. Healing flows in through the doorway you create with thought. The mind can create storms, but it can also create calm seas. When you hold a loving thought, you steady the waters of your inner world. You give your body permission to rest, breathe, and mend. The body thrives in calmness. It restores itself when you restore your thoughts. The more you practice speaking kindly to your body, the more natural it becomes. You begin to notice your inner tone in moments of stress. Instead of saying, "I am," falling apart, you say, "I am doing the best I can." Instead of "I am in pain," you say, "My body's sending me a message." Instead of "I am weak," you say, "I am willing to grow stronger." Even small changes in wording shift your vibration. The body hears the difference between hopelessness and hope. The body hears the difference between defeat and willingness. The body hears the difference between criticism and compassion, and it responds to these differences with remarkable sensitivity. Loving thoughts bring clarity to the mind. Fearful thoughts cloud perception. A clear mind communicates clearly with the body. A loving mind communicates lovingly. This harmony creates an inner environment where healing becomes possible. Your body wants to work for you. Your organs want to function well. Your cells want to renew. Your heartbeat wants to maintain its steady rhythm. The body is always trying to return you to balance. When you think loving thoughts, you help it do what it longs to do. You may not realize how many thoughts you think about your body each day. Many of them are automatic, old, unquestioned. But now you have an opportunity to choose consciously. Each thought is a brushstroke painting the canvas of your inner world. You can paint fear or paint love. You can paint tension or paint peace. If you choose love, even imperfectly, the body responds. It opens like a flower receiving sunlight. It moves toward health with quiet determination. It welcomes the guidance of loving thought. Let each breath remind you, my body hears loving words. My body responds to loving thoughts. My body is my friend. Say these truths often. Whisper them. Think them. Feel them. Let them sink into every cell. For this is where healing begins, not in force, not in fear, but in the gentle restoration of love between you and your body. Pain is never the enemy. It is a messenger. It is the body's way of saying, look here, something inside needs love. Most people respond to pain with fear, anger, or frustration. They try to silence it, numb it, fight it. But pain does not come to punish. It comes to reveal. Beneath every discomfort, there is an emotion waiting patiently to be acknowledged, understood, and released. Unprocessed emotions settle in the body when the heart has been silenced. When we do not give ourselves permission to cry, the body cries for us. When we hold back words we long to speak, the throat tightens. When we swallow anger to keep peace, the stomach churns. When we carry guilt, the shoulders slump beneath its weight. The body stores what the mind is afraid to face. Resentment is one of the heaviest emotions a body can hold. It sits in the muscles like a stone. It restricts movement. It stiffens the back. It tightens the jaw. Resentment says, I cannot let go, and the body obeys by refusing to loosen. Every thought of resentment creates tension that steals energy from healing. Guilt is another weight that the body carries painfully. It lowers the chest, slows the breath, and disturbs digestion. Guilt creates an inner posture of collapse, as if the body is folding inward to hide. It drains vitality because guilt says, I do not deserve to feel good. When the mind repeats this message, the body contracts to match it. Fear is perhaps the most powerful of all the hidden emotions behind pain. Fear quickens the heartbeat, shortens the breath, and prepares the body for danger, even when no danger is present. Fear blocks the natural flow of life force. It tightens the muscles, stiffens the joints, and disrupts sleep. It keeps the body in a state of readiness that prevents relaxation and healing. When emotions are not expressed, the body expresses them for us. A heavy sorrow may appear as a tight chest. A suppressed anger may appear as headaches. A forgotten heartbreak may show itself as fatigue. A buried fear may settle in the spine. Each symptom is a clue, a loving nudge from the body saying, please listen, something inside needs care. Pain becomes a message, not a punishment. It is simply the body raising its hand, asking for attention. When you soften toward pain, when you breathe into it instead of bracing against it, you begin to hear its message. And once the message is heard, the pain no longer needs to shout. It can begin to ease. Different areas of the body tell different emotional stories. The head represents our intellect. Pain here often reflects overwhelming thoughts, pressure, or self-criticism. The throat represents self-expression. Tightness here often reflects withheld words or fear of speaking truth. The heart area holds love and grief. Discomfort here can reflect sorrow or lack of self-love. The stomach represents digestion not only of food but of life experiences. When something is hard to swallow, the body knows. The back represents support. Pain here often reflects the belief, I must carry everything alone. The legs represent movement forward. When they ache, you may be afraid to take a step toward change. These are not random connections. They are the language of the body. When you understand this language, you no longer fear symptoms, you listen to them. Listening itself begins to heal the pain. When you acknowledge an emotion, it no longer needs to hide in the body. Releasing old grievances brings noticeable relief. When you let go of anger you have held for years, you may feel warmth flow through your body. When you forgive someone, not for their sake, but for your freedom, your shoulders may finally relax. When you release sorrow, your breath deepens. Healing begins anywhere. Love enters. Forgiveness softens the body more quickly than any physical treatment. Many people believe they cannot forgive because they confuse forgiveness with approval. Forgiveness does not say, what happened was right. It says, I choose to free myself from this weight. When you forgive, the body responds instantly, as if removing a stone from the heart. Even saying, I am willing to release this, begins the healing process. Willingness is the gentle opening of a locked door. You do not need to know how to forgive or when the pain will lift. You only need to be willing. Willingness invites light. Willingness invites breath. Willingness invites healing. The subconscious holds memories in physical form. Childhood experiences, especially those filled with fear, shame, or confusion, often lodge themselves in the body long before we have words for them. A child may not know how to express being frightened, so the fear settles in the stomach. A child may not know how to express sadness, so the chest becomes heavy. These memories remain until they are met with love. You cannot think them away, you cannot scold them away, you cannot ignore them away, but you can love them away. Love is the great dissolver of emotional knots. When you offer compassion to old memories, they release their grip on the body. Listening to the body with compassion reveals exactly what it needs. If a part of your body aches, place your hand there softly. Ask, what are you trying to say? Do not expect words, expect sensations, feelings, impressions. Your body will respond with subtle messages. It may say, I need rest, or I need forgiveness, or I need safety. Trust what you feel. When you approach your body with understanding rather than frustration, it begins to trust you. Healing requires trust. The body cannot heal if it feels attacked by your thoughts. It heals when it feels accepted. It heals when it feels heard. It heals when you become its ally instead of its judge. You may be surprised to discover how quickly pain softens when you stop fighting it. The moment you stop calling a part of your body bad, that part begins to relax. When you stop resenting your discomfort begins to change. Pain is often heightened by resistance. When resistance melts, so does a great portion of the pain. Try gently saying to your pain, I know you are trying to help me. I am willing to listen. You may feel a warm wave of calm move through you. This warmth is not imagined, it is the body responding to love. Love is the warmest medicine. Pain often arises when we hold emotions that were never meant to be held alone. When you release an old fear, your back may loosen. When you release guilt, your breath may deepen. When you release resentment, your jaw may soften. These changes are signs that the emotional knot has begun to unwind. Some people fear facing emotions because they think they will be overwhelmed. But emotions, when acknowledged, are gentle. It is only when they are ignored that they become loud. When you meet them with love, they dissolve like mist. A simple affirmation begins the inner shift. I am willing to feel what needs to be felt. This invites courage. Then you add, I am willing to release what no longer belongs to me. This invites freedom. As you release these emotional weights, your body begins to feel lighter. Tension that once felt permanent begins to loosen. A tight shoulder relaxes. A clenched jaw opens, a heavy chest breathes. These small releases add up. The body remembers how to feel safe. When you learn to read your body's messages, you gain a profound understanding of yourself. You no longer treat pain as an enemy, you treat it as a teacher. Its lessons are not harsh, they are corrective. Pain says, look here, love is needed. And when you give love, pain feels no need to stay. Your body is not against you, it has never been against you. It has been your loyal companion, holding your emotional burdens until you were ready to set them down. And now you are ready. There comes a moment in every healing journey when we recognize a simple, liberating truth. The body is not the source of our suffering. Our thoughts are. The mind creates a blueprint, and the body builds according to that blueprint with perfect obedience. If the blueprint is filled with fear, the body becomes tense. If the blueprint is filled with love, the body begins to repair. You cannot build a peaceful body from anxious thoughts. When I first realized this, it changed my entire life. I understood at last that healing does not begin in the flesh, it begins in the mind. The body merely follows the instructions it receives through our thoughts. Every thought is a sketch of what we expect. Every thought is a signal to the cells. Every thought lays down another line in the blueprint the body follows. Affirmations reshape the subconscious the way water smooths stone gently, repeatedly, patiently. They are not forceful, they do not command, they remind, they redirect, they whisper the truth until the old beliefs no longer have power. Every time you repeat a loving affirmation, you are placing a new stone on the foundation of your well-being. Repeating loving thoughts forms new pathways of ease and calm. The subconscious mind learns through repetition, not intensity. A single harsh thought repeated daily harms more deeply than one painful event. A single loving thought repeated daily heals more deeply than one joyful moment. We become what we practice most consistently. I have seen people change their entire state of health simply by changing the way they thought about their bodies. I have watched illness soften and vitality return as soon as someone stopped saying, I am sick, and began saying, I am healing. These two thoughts create entirely different instructions for the body. When you speak of illness as if it owns you, the body becomes resigned. But when you declare healing, even quietly, even hesitantly, the body awakens. It begins searching for ways to align with that new truth. It reorganizes itself around the idea of restoration. Healing is not denial, it is direction. It tells the body, move toward harmony now. Gratitude signals the body to restore balance and harmony. When you say, thank you, body, for trying so hard, you shift the vibration immediately. Gratitude softens the muscles, deepens the breath, and brightens the spirit. It tells the body you are appreciated, and the body responds by functioning with greater ease. Love is a healing frequency. It reorganizes cells the way warm sunlight opens flowers. Love creates conditions in which the body feels safe enough to repair itself. The heart beats more steadily, the breath slows, the immune system strengthens, cells communicate more clearly. Love brings coherence to every system within you. To bless the body daily is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. Blessing is not complicated. It is as simple as placing your hand on your heart and saying, I love you. Thank you for all you do. You may bless your legs for carrying you, your arms for holding your life, your stomach for digesting experiences. Each blessing supports healing. Criticism, however, weakens the body. Criticism creates tension. Criticism drains energy. Criticism says something is wrong with me, and the body responds by contracting. When you replace criticism with appreciation, even for one moment, you begin dissolving the blueprint of self-attack. In moments of discomfort, your first instinct may be to judge your body, but try instead to appreciate it. If a knee aches, say, thank you for supporting me all these years. If your back is tight, say, you have carried so much. I am willing to help you now. Appreciation softens the pattern of pain. Every time you say, I am whole and healing now, you reinforce a new blueprint. You are not pretending. You are aligning with the deeper truth of your being. Wholeness is your natural state. Healing is your natural movement. The body is always trying to return you to balance. Your loving thoughts help it find its way. When you declare healing, you are not denying the presence of discomfort. You are denying its power to define your future. You are saying, yes, I see this pain, and I am choosing a thought that leads me out of it. This is the gentle courage that transforms lives. Many people believe their thoughts are small and powerless. But thoughts shape breath. Breath shapes chemistry. Chemistry shapes emotion. Emotion shapes posture. Posture shapes energy. Energy shapes the entire body. A thought is never small when it begins this chain of creation. If you change your thoughts, you change your internal weather. You move from storms to calm skies. You move from turbulence to gentle wind. You move from pressure to peace. And the body responds to this new climate with eagerness because it prefers harmony over tension. You may wonder, how can I change my thoughts when they feel so automatic? The answer is simple: gently, patiently, consistently. Just as an old path becomes overgrown when unused, an old thought loses its strength when you stop repeating it. And just as a new path becomes clear when walked daily, a new thought becomes natural when repeated often. Begin with small affirmations. Say them quietly, say them kindly, say them with presence. Your body will hear them even if your mind doubts. The body hears tone more clearly than belief. A gentle tone heals even when belief wavers. Speak to your body as you would speak to a frightened child. Say, you are safe now. Say, I am listening. Say, I am here for you. These words comfort every cell. They create an atmosphere of safety. Healing requires safety. Nothing heals when afraid. Your healing journey does not require perfection. It requires willingness. You do not need to maintain perfect thoughts all day. You only need to return to loving thoughts each time you notice fear creeping in. This returning builds the blueprint more strongly than never slipping at all. The mind will offer old beliefs because it has practiced them for years. When they arise, simply say, thank you for trying to protect me, but I am choosing a new thought now. This kindness disarms the pattern. You do not need to fight your thoughts. You only need to redirect them. When you bless your thoughts, they begin to bless you. When you guide your thoughts lovingly, your thoughts begin to guide your body lovingly. The entire inner world shifts in harmony with your intention. One loving thought can interrupt 100 fearful ones. One kind instruction can soften years of bodily tension. One gentle affirmation can begin rewriting the entire blueprint of your health. You are not starting from nothing. You are returning to truth. Beneath the layers of fear, your natural blueprint is already one of harmony. Your body's natural state is wellness. Your soul's natural state is peace. Your mind's natural state is clarity. Healing is simply the revealing of what has been there all along. Let this be your guiding affirmation. I am whole and healing now. Repeat it until the words feel like a warm light inside you. Repeat it until your breath deepens. Repeat it until your body responds with gratitude. Repeat it until it becomes your truth. It already is. There is a profound shift that occurs the moment you stop seeing your body as an adversary and begin seeing it as a partner. The body has never been against you, not once. It has been your companion from the very first breath, doing its best to carry your spirit through this human experience. Even when it hurts, it is not betraying you. It is communicating with you. Your body is not a battlefield. It is your home. The body is a loyal friend, even when misunderstood. It works tirelessly on your behalf, repairing, renewing, restoring, all without being asked. Your heart beats through joy and sorrow. Your lungs expand through hope and fear. Your skin protects you through warmth and cold. Every organ, every cell has always been on your side. The body is your most faithful ally. Healing requires cooperation, not war. Many people try to force their bodies into wellness by pushing, demanding, or resenting their symptoms. But the body does not respond to force, it responds to love. Force creates tension, love creates relaxation. War creates resistance, peace creates openness. Healing flows where cooperation exists. The body responds faster to kindness than to fear. A single loving thought can soften tension that fear held tightly for years. When you say to your body, "Thank you for doing your best," it listens. When you say, "I am here for you," it feels safer. When you say, "You are allowed to rest," it loosens the armor it has been wearing. During moments of pain, most people become frightened and tighten even more. But if you speak loving instructions to the body, if you place your hand gently on the area that aches and whisper, "You are safe," you will notice the pain shift. It may warm, soften, move, or lessen. This is the body responding to reassurance. Safety and relaxation activate the body's natural intelligence. When the body feels safe, healing pathways open. Blood flows more freely. Digestion improves. Breathing deepens. Muscles soften. The nervous system changes from defense to restoration. Safety is the soil in which healing grows. Deep breathing helps the body remember this safety. A slow, full breath tells the body all is well. Each breath is like a message sent from the mind to the heart, from the heart to the cells, from the cells to the entire system. The breath carries peace through every corridor of your inner world. Breathing is not merely a physical act, it is a message of life. Peaceful thoughts calm the nervous system. The mind and body are woven together so intricately that even one gentle thought can shift your entire physical state. When you think, "I am safe," you feel warmth in your chest. When you think, "I am healing," your breath deepens. When you think, "Life supports me," your shoulders relax. Thought is the master key. Life force returns when we stop resisting our experience. Resistance tightens the body. Acceptance softens it. When you say, "This is where I am and I am willing to heal," you stop fighting the moment. You open the door for healing to occur. Healing has always been waiting for your openness. Trusting the body strengthens healing pathways. When you trust your body, it relaxes into its natural intelligence. When you doubt your body, it contracts. Trust is a healing balm. You can build trust by saying, "My body knows what to do," or "I am willing to trust you again." The body responds like a friend relieved to be believed in once more. Your heart responds beautifully to loving thoughts. A kind thought steadies its rhythm. A peaceful thought brings warmth to the chest. The heart listens to every emotion you feel. When you soothe your emotional world, the heart beats more calmly, more rhythmically, more harmoniously. Your lungs respond to emotional healing as well. When you hold grief, your breath is shallow. When you forgive, your lungs expand more freely. When you worry, your breath quickens. When you feel safe, your breath slows. The lungs carry the emotional winds of your life. Lovingly changing your thoughts changes the way you breathe. Your immune system listens to your inner dialogue. When you think thoughts of fear, the body interprets them as danger and prepares for battle, exhausting energy that could be used for healing. When you think thoughts of peace, the immune system strengthens its ability to protect and restore. Love nourishes immunity. Your entire body aligns with loving dialogue. Speak to your body as you would to someone precious. Say, you are doing well. Say, I appreciate you. Say, I am learning to care for you. These words travel inward and touch every system. Thought is not confined to the mind. It echoes through the entire body. Pain often lessens when you bring compassion into the moment. When you say, I am listening, the body no longer needs to shout. When you say, I am willing to understand, the body releases stored emotion. When you say, I love you, the body begins repairing at the deepest levels. Moments of pain are opportunities for partnership. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Try asking, what are you trying to tell me? The body will respond. It may say, slow down. It may say, let go. It may say, rest. It may say, forgive. The message is always loving, even if the sensation is uncomfortable. The body desires harmony. It longs to return to balance. It does not cling to pain. Pain is simply the body's language. When the message has been heard, the body can release the pain. Healing is the natural movement of the body. Pain is the signal. Love is the solution. You may have spent years believing your body was failing you, but when you look closely, you see that your body has been saving you. It has been carrying burdens your heart could not speak. It has been guarding wounds your mind did not know how to heal. It has been compensating for tension you did not realize you held. Your body has been protecting you. When you stop criticizing your body and begin thanking it, you will feel the relationship change. Criticism builds walls, appreciation dissolves them. The more you appreciate your body, the more your body trusts you. The more your body trusts you, the more easily it heals. Consider how your body has stayed with you through every challenge. It did not abandon you in grief. It did not give up during heartbreak. It did not stop loving you when you criticized it. It carried you through every storm. It deserves your gratitude. Each time you say, my body and I are on the same team, the cells respond. They brighten, they awaken, they cooperate. Healing becomes a shared effort, not a struggle. You are no longer fighting your body, you are guiding it. You are no longer resisting your symptoms, you are listening to them. This partnership is not metaphorical, it is real. The body's chemistry changes when you feel supported. The nervous system eases when you feel loved. The muscles relax when you feel safe. Healing accelerates when you speak with kindness. You are the leader, and the body is the devoted follower. Imagine speaking to your body the way a loving gardener speaks to growing plants. You would not shout at the seed for not sprouting fast enough. You would not blame the flower for wilting under heat. You would offer water, gentleness, patience, sunlight. Your body requires the same care. You may place your hands on different parts of your body during the day and bless them. Bless your heart for beating. Bless your legs for supporting you. Bless your stomach for digesting life. Bless your lungs for breathing. Bless your eyes for seeing. Bless your spine for holding you upright. Bless your feet for carrying you through life. The more you bless your body, the more your body blesses you with strength, clarity, and health. Blessing is not a ritual, it is a relationship. It deepens connection, it restores harmony, it multiplies healing. Your body longs for your love, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Healing does not require perfection, it requires willingness. Your body does not need you to do everything right. It needs you to speak to it with kindness. As you repeat gently, my body and I are on the same team, you will feel the truth of it rising inside you. You are partners. You always have been, and now you finally know it. Healing is not a single moment of awakening. It is a way of living. It unfolds gently, like morning light spreading across a quiet room. It becomes stronger through repetition, through devotion, through small choices made with love. You heal your body with your thoughts, not by trying once, but by returning again and again to the truth of your worth. A daily practice anchors this truth so deeply that it becomes the natural rhythm of your life. Begin each morning with a moment of stillness. Before you rise, place a hand over your heart and whisper, "Good morning, my love. Today we choose healing." The body hears this greeting. It softens, the breath deepens. You start the day in cooperation with yourself rather than in criticism or rush. This simple act sets the tone for everything that follows. Morning affirmations are like watering a garden at dawn. They nourish the soil of your consciousness before the world can distract you. Speak gently to yourself, "I am safe. I am healing. My body is my friend." These thoughts enter the body as instructions. They prepare each cell to move through the day with clarity and ease. Mirror work strengthens the bond between mind and body in a uniquely powerful way. Stand before your reflection, even if it feels awkward or uncomfortable, and simply gaze into your own eyes. These are the eyes that have witnessed every moment of your life. Say softly, "I am learning to love you." The person in the mirror needs your kindness more than your judgment. At first, the mind may resist. Old patterns may whisper, "You are not enough." Do not argue. Simply respond, "I am willing to love myself more today." A willingness repeated each morning becomes love. The body listens to your tone even more than your words. A gentle tone heals faster than perfect belief. Throughout the day, weave healing thoughts into ordinary moments. When you feel tension rising, place a hand on your stomach and say, "Breathe, dear one, you are safe." When frustration appears, say, "I release this now." When sadness touches you, say, "I am here for you." These small acts of self-compassion accumulate like drops of warm water softening a stone. Responding to symptoms with curiosity rather than fear is one of the most transformative practices you can develop. When a part of your body aches, instead of worrying, ask gently, "What are you telling me?" Pain always has a message. Perhaps it says, "Slow down." Perhaps it says, "Let go." Perhaps it says, "Rest." Listening to the message is the first step toward relief. When fear arises, speak directly to it. Say, "I hear you, I understand, but I choose to lead with love." Fear softens when acknowledged. It grows when ignored or fought. Every time you choose love over fear, the body brightens. Its chemistry changes, its energy rises, its immunity strengthens. Treating your body with affection instead of criticism reshapes your entire relationship with yourself. Instead of saying, "Why are you hurting?" say, "Thank you for showing me where love is needed." Instead of saying, "You are failing me," say, "We are healing together." Criticism creates tension. Affection creates space for healing to enter. Integrating "I am healing" into breath, movement, and rest helps the body feel supported. As you inhale, think healing in. As you exhale, think tension out. With each stretch, say, "I release what I no longer need." As you rest, say, "My body restores itself now." These small phrases become signals that guide the body into healing modes. Evening gratitude signals the body to rest and repair. Before sleep, bless your body for all it carried through the day. Thank your legs for walking, your hands for working, your heart for beating, your lungs for breathing. Gratitude is a balm that soothes the nervous system. It tells the body it may unclench, unwind, and restore. Make space each night for a moment of reflection. Ask yourself, "Where was I loving today?" Let that be your focus, not where you failed, but where you were kind, not where you stumbled, but where you tried. Acknowledging your own goodness strengthens it. The body thrives in an atmosphere of self-appreciation. A daily practice must be gentle, not rigid. This is not another task to perfect. This is a loving rhythm you return to. Some days you will feel deeply connected, other days you may feel distant. Both are part of healing. Healing is not a straight line, it is a soft spiral, always guiding you back to love. When old patterns arise, as they will, do not think you have failed. Think instead, ah, another opportunity to practice. Old thoughts carry momentum. They may visit many times before they dissolve completely, but each time you respond with love, they lose power. Each time you choose healing, you deepen the new pattern. The body responds beautifully to consistency. Just as plants grow when cared for daily, your inner world blooms when nourished regularly. A few moments of loving thought each day are far more powerful than hours of fear. Healing is cumulative. Every gentle thought contributes to the whole. You may also find it helpful to create small phrases you repeat throughout the day. These healing mantras serve as anchors. Some may be, everything in my body is working in harmony. I am patient with myself. I release tension with each breath. I am healing in ways I can feel and in ways I cannot yet see. My thoughts are tender and supportive. Over time, these phrases become the way you think. They form new pathways that lead your body gently toward balance. You become someone who naturally speaks kindly within. You become someone who naturally turns to love. You become someone who naturally heals. One of the most powerful daily practices is to simply check in with your body. Ask, how are you feeling? Then listen quietly. You might sense tiredness, or hunger, or sadness, or relief. Respond with care. If your body asks for rest, rest. If it asks for water, drink. If it asks for stillness, pause. This is how you rebuild trust. You are teaching your body a new pattern. I will not ignore you. I will not criticize you. I will not abandon you. I will listen. I will care. I will love. As you maintain this daily devotion, your body begins to speak more softly. It no longer needs to shout through pain. It no longer needs to hold tension to get your attention. It knows it will be heard. Safety settles into your cells. Calm becomes your baseline. You feel lighter, clearer, more connected. Healing becomes your natural state, not because nothing ever hurts again, but because you know how to respond to yourself with love. You know how to speak to your body with compassion. You know how to transform fear into gentleness. You know how to guide your thoughts toward peace. And so each day, morning and night, end with the affirmation that anchors this entire journey. I love my body. I trust my body. My thoughts are my medicine. I heal with love. Say it slowly. Say it sincerely. Say it until your whole being softens. Say it until your breath deepens. Say it until the body feels safe in your care. Say it until it becomes the truth you live by. Because there is one thought that can open the gates of healing, peace, and abundance. One thought that transforms sickness into strength, loneliness into love, fear into faith. It is the simplest of all thoughts, and yet it is the one we resist the most. Life loves me. That is the miracle thought. Life loves me. 3 small words that change everything the moment you believe them. Every time you think them, your energy shifts. Every time you speak them, the universe leans closer. Miracles are drawn to faith like flowers to light. For most of your life, you have believed the opposite. You have believed that life is hard, that you must struggle, that blessings belong to someone else. But that was never truth. It was only repetition. Now you are ready to remember the higher truth. The miracle begins not in what you do, but in what you decide to believe. You can repeat affirmations for hours, but without faith behind the words, they remain empty sounds. The moment you truly believe life loves me, your entire reality begins to rearrange. Close your eyes for a moment. Say it quietly. Life loves me. Notice what rises. Perhaps a small voice whispers, no, it doesn't. Look at what I've suffered. That voice is the old pattern speaking. Do not fight it. just bless it and say again, life loves me anyway. That is the key. Not conditional love, unconditional. Not life loves me when I succeed, but life loves me now, even as I learn, even as I heal. The more you practice this thought, the more evidence you will see that it has always been true. Every miracle begins as a thought that aligns with love. The body heals faster when it feels loved. Money flows easier when we feel worthy. Relationships soften when we stop expecting rejection. The world outside mirrors the love we hold inside. You may have prayed for miracles before long, prayers, desperate pleas, waiting for the heavens to notice you, but life has always been listening. It was only waiting for you to open the door. And that door opens with one thought: life loves me. This thought is not magic, it is law. You attract what you believe. You experience what you expect. When you think life loves me, you are announcing to every cell, to every circumstance, that you are ready to receive good without fear. It sounds simple, and it is, but simplicity is power. The truth that heals has always been simple. You are lovable, you are safe, you are supported. Every time you return to this awareness, you magnetize miracles because you are vibrating with life itself. You have lived under a spell of unworthiness, a silent belief that good things are for others, that you must earn love, that joy is temporary. But the moment you think life loves me, that spell breaks. You return to your natural vibration, peace, ease, joy. Do you know what a miracle really is? It's not the impossible happening, it's the natural happening once resistance is gone. Miracles are life's default setting. When you remove fear, when you stop doubting love, miracles rush in to fill the space you cleared. Say to yourself now, I am open to miracles. I am ready to see proof that life loves me. Then watch doors open, synchronicities appear, people smile at you, answers arrive without effort. That is life responding to your decision to believe. The thought life loves me does not change life, it changes you. And when you change, life must mirror it back. You will notice your body relaxing, your breath deepening, your tone softening. That peace you feel is the beginning of the miracle. When you believe that life loves you, you stop chasing and start receiving. You stop forcing outcomes and begin flowing with them. You realize that rejection was protection, delay was alignment, and that nothing was ever truly against you. Miracles multiply where gratitude lives, and gratitude blooms where love is believed. So each morning, before you move, whisper, life loves me. I am grateful for this. Love. You will begin to notice small miracles, then bigger ones, until wonder becomes your habit. This one thought changes your chemistry. It lowers stress, strengthens the heart, releases tension, restores sleep. When the mind is at peace, the body follows. When the heart feels safe, the immune system sings. Love is the original medicine. You may ask, can it really be that easy? Yes, but easy does not mean instant belief. It means gentle practice. You repeat the thought until it feels natural. You plant it daily until roots of peace grow deeper than fear. Then, miracles are simply your harvest. Remember, miracles are not earned, they are allowed. You do not need to be perfect, only open. Life has never stopped offering blessings. You simply stop saying yes. This thought, life loves me, is your yes to the flow of good once again. Forgive yourself for the years you doubted. You were surviving, not thriving, and you did the best you could. Now you are ready for more ready. To live, love, and heal, as if supported by something greater. Because you are. Each time you choose love over fear, you realign with divine intelligence. Each time you think, life loves me, you send a signal to the universe, I am ready to receive. And the universe, being love itself, responds immediately. Look at the evidence already around you, the breath in your lungs, the sun that rose, the body that keeps trying for you, the friends who care. Life has been saying, I love you in 1,000 small ways. This thought allows you to finally hear it. When you wake tomorrow, before checking your phone or your list, say this one sentence: life loves me, and everything I do today is supported by that love. You will walk differently, speak differently. People will sense your peace and respond in kind. The thought that attracts miracles is not loud, it is gentle. It doesn't demand, it allows. It doesn't grasp, it opens. It doesn't beg, it trusts. Miracles do not come to the desperate, they come to the peaceful. If you forget this thought, and you will at times return softly, no guilt, no punishment, just begin again. Every repetition rewires your faith. Every life loves me builds a bridge between your mind and the divine heart of creation. So breathe deeply now. Smile to yourself. Whisper it once more. Life loves me. Feel how your energy shifts instantly. This is what it means to attract miracles, not through struggle, but through alignment with love. This is where your miracle begins, with one thought, one belief, one return to truth. Life loves me. Life supports me. Life works for me. Say it often. Say it until it feels like breathing, because the moment you believe it, miracles begin to believe in you. There is a quiet power within each of us, a power so subtle and yet so vast that it can transform the entire direction of our lives. That power begins with a single thought. We often imagine transformation as grand, dramatic, or difficult. But the truth is simpler. What we think forms the inner climate of our being, and the inner climate shapes every experience we meet. Most people do not realize how deeply a single thought influences their day. They wake feeling burdened, believing the world is indifferent or even against them, and without knowing it, they spend hours breathing the atmosphere created by that belief. A heavy thought creates a heavy world. A fearful thought creates a fearful path. But a loving thought, just one, begins to shift everything. When you think life loves me, it is as if you open a window in a room that has been shut for years. Fresh air enters, light enters, possibility enters. This simple thought begins clearing away stale ideas of struggle, unworthiness, and loneliness. It invites a gentler way of living, one that you may not have known you deserved. Many of us lived under old beliefs, learned in childhood beliefs that life is hard, that good must be earned, that love conditional. We learned these ideas not because they were true, but because they were repeated. As children, we did not question, we absorbed, and those early messages settled deep into our consciousness. Some were told, be careful, the world is dangerous. Others heard, do not expect too much, disappointment will follow. Some were taught that blessings belong elsewhere, not here, not now. These ideas carried fear, unworthiness, and scarcity. They shaped our early vision long before we understood their effect. Thoughts, when repeated, become habits. Habits, when lived, become emotional patterns, and emotional patterns shape the way we perceive life. If we expect little, we see little. If we expect struggle, we attract struggle. If we expect love, we recognize love even in its smallest gestures. The universe always reflects our dominant expectation. There is a metaphysical truth woven into the fabric of life. We attract experiences that match the vibration of our thoughts, not by punishment, not by reward, but by resonance. A loving thought draws loving circumstances. A fearful thought draws fearful lessons. Life mirrors what we consistently project. I remember the moment I first dared to consider that I was loved by life itself. It did not come easily. I had lived through pain, rejection, uncertainty, I had spent years believing that the world had no special care for me, but there was a quiet evening when I sat alone and whispered, almost timidly, "What if life does love me?" That question opened the first door to everything that followed. When I began to practice this thought, even before I fully believed it, I noticed that my body responded. My shoulders softened, my breath deepened, the tightness around my heart loosened. The body always knows truth before the mind accepts it. Loving thoughts relax the entire being. They bring the body into harmony with the spirit. Miracles are not rare events reserved for the chosen few. Miracles are natural expressions of alignment. When you think lovingly, you align with the deeper intelligence that governs creation. You return to the rhythm of life, and in that rhythm, good flows easily. Obstacles soften, answers appear, doors open. A loving thought clears space within you, space where new possibilities can land. Fearful thinking fills the inner world with tension, leaving no room for anything new. But when you think life loves me, you sweep away the clutter of fear. You make room for blessings that were waiting for permission to enter. This thought, life loves me, becomes the foundation of healing. It is the cornerstone upon which peace is built. It is the beginning of abundance, because abundance cannot enter a heart that feels unworthy. It is the seed of renewal, because renewal requires softness, trust, and faith. Your consciousness is like a garden. Whatever thought you plant grows. If you plant fear, fear grows. If you plant doubt, doubt flourishes. If you plant love, love blooms. And the thought, life loves me, is the most fertile seed you can ever place in that soil. When a person first begins to say this thought, they may feel resistance. Something inside might whisper, "No, life does not love you. Look at your past." That voice belongs to an old pattern. Patterns linger even after we outgrow them. But loving thoughts, repeated gently, soften those voices over time. You do not need to believe fully in the beginning. You only need willingness. Willingness opens the door. Willingness says, "I am ready to consider a new way." Willingness allows love to begin working within you, clearing away the dust of old fears. When you speak, "Life loves me," you are not denying your hardships. You are declaring that hardship does not define your destiny. You are declaring that there is a force of goodness moving through your life, even if you cannot yet see its full design. You are aligning with truth rather than memory. Life is far kinder than many imagine. It is supportive, it is responsive, it is generous, but life cannot contradict what you believe about yourself. If you expect rejection, you overlook acceptance. If you expect struggle, you miss ease. If you expect fear, you dismiss love. Life loves me restores your vision. Consider the body for a moment. When you speak words of kindness, the body melts. When you say, "I am safe," the heartbeat steadies. When you say, "I am loved," the breath flows freely. The body listens lovingly to the mind's direction. It relaxes when the mind rests in truth. This one thought increases your vitality. It strengthens your courage. It lifts your spirit. It changes the posture of your soul. It invites life to care for you because you are now open enough to let that care in. Love has always been here. This thought simply clears the doorway. As you continue to practice this thought, you discover its deeper effect. It changes the way you see everything. Situations that once felt threatening become manageable. People who once seemed distant feel closer. Opportunities that once felt impossible seem attainable. Your world transforms because your inner world has changed. You begin to understand your own worth, not as a fragile thing, but as a natural truth. You realize that you deserve beauty, ease, joy, comfort, tenderness. You realize that you are not here to fight your way through life, but to allow life to flow through you gracefully. This shift is not forced, it is allowed. Love is not commanded, it is welcomed. Miracles are not demanded, they unfold. And the thought, life loves me, aligns you with the gentle unfolding of good. Your journey becomes less about effort and more about allowing, less about fear and more about trust. Less about control and more about openness. You become a participant in the miracle of life rather than a resistor of it. Even your relationships shift. When you believe life loves you, you stop seeking validation through others. You stop expecting them to fill gaps that only self-love can fill. You approach them with fullness rather than neediness, with compassion rather than fear. Every corner of your life benefits from this single thought. Health softens, the mind calms, the spirit brightens. You begin to see signs of support everywhere, a kind gesture, a timely message, a gentle encouragement. These are not coincidences, they are mirrors of your new vibration. Standing in this belief, you become more resilient. Challenges do not knock you down as they once did. You meet them with poise, knowing that life is not against you. You see them as lessons, not punishments. You trust that even difficulty carries wisdom. As you continue to live with this thought, you realize miracles were never withheld. They were simply waiting for your permission. Love cannot enter a door that is locked. But the moment you unlock it with faith, everything begins to flow. Repeat this thought gently. Life loves me. Feel how your energy shifts. Feel how your breath changes. Feel how your heart warms. This is the beginning of your miracle. You are stepping into a life where love is the foundation, peace is the atmosphere, and miracles are the natural outcome of your inner alignment. This is where your transformation begins, with one loving, powerful thought. There is a belief many people carry quietly within them, often without knowing it. It is a belief formed so early, so subtly, that it becomes the invisible lens through which they view every experience. That belief is the fear that life is somehow against them. It may whisper, "Things never work out for me," or "I must struggle to deserve anything good." This belief, though untrue, has shaped countless lives. The mind carries old messages from childhood long after childhood ends. Perhaps you were told to be careful, to expect disappointment, to not hope for too much. Perhaps you were raised in an environment where fear hovered in the air, or where joy was scarce and effort seemed to be the only path to safety. These messages sink deep into the subconscious, forming expectations that follow you into adulthood. When a child hears repeatedly that life is difficult or dangerous, they adopt that belief as truth. They begin to expect difficulty. Even if life offers them something good, they brace themselves, waiting for it to vanish. The body tenses, the heart closes, the mind becomes vigilant, always searching for danger where none exists. Negative beliefs create emotional storms. They cloud the inner sky, causing even bright moments to be overshadowed by worry. The person begins to live in anticipation of loss rather than in appreciation of life. They believe they are protecting themselves, yet they are imprisoning themselves within a world shaped by fear. Miracles do not disappear in such a life. They are simply unable to be seen. When you expect disappointment, blessings pass unnoticed. When you expect rejection, love feels suspicious. When you expect hardship, ease feels unsafe. Miracles wait patiently, but fear blocks the door. Fear, doubt, and guilt distort one's inner vision. They dress the world in shadows. They cover possibilities with imagined danger. A fearful mind cannot perceive a supportive universe. It can only recreate the world it expects. But this does not mean the universe has turned away. It means the mind has turned inward toward old patterns. When you believe life is against you, your body responds with tension. The stomach tightens, ready for trouble. The shoulders lift, bracing for impact. The breath becomes shallow, as if preparing for bad news. The nervous system lives in a state of constant readiness, even when no threat exists. This physical tension is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of deep misunderstanding. The body is always listening. It hears every thought, every fear, every expectation. It is loyal, even to thoughts that harm it. When you think, I am not safe, the body defends you. When you think, I am unworthy, the body contracts. When you think life does not love me, the body closes its doors. This is why loving thoughts are essential. They invite the body to soften. To release limiting beliefs, begin with gentle awareness. Notice the thoughts that arise when something good happens. Do you doubt it? Do you feel undeserving? Do you prepare for it to disappear? These reflexive thoughts reveal the old beliefs still operating within you. Do not judge yourself for having them. Judging beliefs only strengthens them. Instead, observe them with kindness as you would comfort a frightened child. Say softly, ah, there you are again. You are an old thought. You are not truth. This gentle acknowledgement weakens their hold. The internal voice that says good is not for me was learned, not born. You came into this world expecting love. Every child does. Expecting love is natural. Expecting fear is taught. When you realize that the voice of unworthiness is not your own, you begin to reclaim your inner authority. Replacing self-criticism with self-approval is one of the most powerful steps you can take. When you approve of yourself, you lift your entire vibration. You tell your mind, I am worthy of good. You tell your body, you're safe. You tell your spirit, you're supported. These thoughts create an atmosphere where miracles can finally enter. Self-approval may feel unfamiliar at first. Many people have spent years criticizing themselves, believing criticism will make them better. But criticism only creates fear. Fear does not lead to growth. Love does. When you approve of yourself, the heart relaxes, the mind clears, the body opens. You become receptive to life's goodness. Forgiveness dissolves the heaviness that covers the heart. The weight you carry is not from what happened, it is from holding it. Forgiveness is the act of putting the weight down. It does not excuse wrongdoing, it frees you from being tied to it. When you forgive, you stop drinking the poison meant for someone else. Forgiveness is not always instant. It begins as a willingness, a small, tender willingness. You may not feel ready to forgive fully, but if you can say, I am willing, you have already begun. Willingness cracks the shell that fear built. It lets in light. It lets in breath. It lets in healing. Letting go of fear creates room for love. Fear and love cannot exist in the same space. When you release one fearful thought, you create space for one loving thought. When you release a fearful pattern, you open a pathway for peace. Every small release deepens your connection to life. Even a small willingness to believe life loves me begins to cleanse your inner atmosphere. The air within becomes lighter. The heart feels less burdened. The mind finds moments of clarity. You may not notice the change immediately, but life begins to shift subtly around you. Perhaps someone smiles at you on a day when you needed it. Perhaps you find a small solution to a problem that once felt overwhelming. Perhaps a moment of quiet peace touches your heart without explanation. These are early signs that your inner world is changing. As the belief that life works against you dissolves, you begin to sense life working with you. You notice small supports that were always present but unseen. A kind gesture, a moment of rest, an intuitive nudge, a sudden idea. These are evidence of life's cooperation, not life's hostility. The more you release fear, the clearer your path becomes. You begin to recognize opportunities that once seemed invisible. You attract situations that match your newfound sense of worth. You feel guided, even in uncertainty. You realize that life has been waiting for your openness. You may recall moments from your past when you felt alone, unsupported, or unnoticed. But as you heal, you begin to reinterpret those moments. You see the strength they built. You see the guidance hidden within them. You see that life did not abandon you. Life shaped you. Fear taught you vigilance. Love teaches you trust. Fear taught you to hold back. Love teaches you to open. Fear taught you to expect the worst. Love teaches you to expect the best. And life responds differently to each expectation. As you practice releasing the belief that life works against you, you will begin to notice how much this belief influenced your choices. You may realize you once settled for less, avoided joy, resisted love, or kept yourself small, all because you feared life would not support your expansion. Now you know better. Now you can choose differently. Each loving thought becomes a small revolution. Each moment of trust becomes a healing. Each breath becomes a new beginning. There will still be moments when old beliefs return. If they do, do not panic. Simply notice them. Smile gently and say, I no longer believe. Then return to your truth. Life loves me. As you repeat this, the old belief loses power. It fades like mist beneath morning sunlight. You are learning the most important lesson of all. Life has always been on your side. You are simply letting yourself see it now. There comes a moment in your healing when the mind grows quiet enough for you to hear a truth that has been whispering to you since the day you were born. It is the quiet remembrance that beneath the noise of fear, beneath the layers of old hurt, beneath the patterns learned from others, you are loved deeply, naturally, unconditionally by the very life that breathes you. Love is the original truth of your soul. Before fear ever touched your heart, before criticism shaped your thoughts, before you learned to doubt yourself, you knew love as easily as you knew breath. You came into this world expecting kindness, expecting care, expecting life to support you. That expectation was not naive. It was your natural wisdom. Fear was not your original teacher. Fear was learned. It came from voices that lacked their own healing, from adults who carried their own wounds, from environments that did not reflect your worth. Fear was inherited, absorbed, repeated, but never natural. And because it was learned, it can be unlearned. Returning to the inner knowing of being loved is not something you force, it is something you uncover. It is like brushing away layers of dust from a mirror that has always been capable of reflecting your brilliance. The mirror was never broken, it was merely covered. As you begin to remember this truth, you awaken a dormant power within you. Something stirs, something reclaims its breath. Confidence rises softly, not as pride, but as recognition. You begin to say, I am worthy of good, and a quiet strength echoes, yes, you are. You begin to say, life supports me, and life answers with signs you cannot deny. The heart softens when reminded it is worthy. It loosens the tight ropes that have kept love at a distance. It begins to trust again, not because others have changed, but because you have. The heart remembers that it was not made to guard itself forever. It was made to give and receive freely. I have seen this shift in many people, and I have lived it myself. I have watched miracles unfold the moment someone dared to believe they were loved by life. I have seen illnesses fade when the body finally felt safe enough to relax. I have seen relationships mend when fear no longer dictated every reaction. I have seen abundance flow when self-doubt stopped blocking the path. In my own life, I witnessed profound changes that were not the result of struggle, but of belief. When I began to practice thoughts of love, life responded as if it had been waiting patiently for me to open the door. Opportunities appeared effortlessly. Help arrived at the perfect moment. Peace settled in places where fear had lived for years. Repeated, gentle affirmations are the language of transformation. The subconscious mind learns through repetition. It believes what it hears most often. If you speak words of criticism, it accepts them. If you speak words of love, it accepts those too. Every loving thought plants a seed. Every repetition waters it. When you say, "Life loves me," you are not merely speaking words, you are re-educating the deepest part of your being. You are telling every cell, every memory, every belief that love is the foundation of your existence. Over time, the subconscious softens, opens, and embraces this truth. The universe responds instantly to thoughts aligned with love. You may not see the response right away, but it begins the moment the thought is formed. Love sets things in motion. It reshapes the invisible currents around you. It draws to you people, circumstances, and insights that match your new vibration. This is why miracles feel like coincidences to those who do not understand them. But they are not coincidences. They are appointments made by the soul. They are the natural reflections of inner alignment. When your thoughts align with love, the universe rearranges itself to meet you there. Practicing "Life loves me" in moments of doubt is one of the most powerful things you can do. When you feel sadness rising, whisper it. When fear tries to tighten your chest, whisper it. When confusion clouds your mind, whisper it. Each whisper reminds your inner child that safety has returned. Each whisper cleanses the atmosphere within. The beauty of this practice is that you do not need to believe it fully in order for it to work. Even a small willingness invites love in. Even a quiet repetition begins to melt fear. Even a soft murmur begins to shift your energy. Love enters wherever it finds the slightest opening. As your thoughts become more loving, every area of your life transforms. Relationships soften because you no longer expect rejection. The mind quiets because it no longer anticipates danger. The body heals because tension no longer blocks its natural intelligence. Finances stabilize because you no longer feel undeserving of support. Creativity flows because fear no longer holds your inspiration hostage. Thoughts shape perception, and perception shapes experience. Two people can stand in the same situation and see entirely different worlds. One sees danger, the other sees opportunity. One sees lack, the other sees possibility. One sees rejection, the other sees redirection. The difference lies not in circumstances, but in thought. When your thoughts are loving, life becomes more loving. When your thoughts expect good, you notice good. When your thoughts rest in faith, obstacles lose their power. Your inner world dictates your outer experience. This is not wishful thinking, it is spiritual law. Each time you choose love over fear, you strengthen your connection to life's natural support. You begin to feel guided, held, and carried in ways you never felt before. Trust becomes easier. Worry becomes less compelling. You find yourself moving through life with greater grace and calm. Returning to the inner knowing of being loved is not about ignoring life's challenges. It is about meeting them from a place of strength rather than fear. When you know you are loved, you stop interpreting difficulties as punishment. You see them as lessons, transitions, or redirections. You hold yourself with compassion rather than judgment. You become less reactive and more responsive, less defensive and more open, less burdened and more free. You learn to breathe through discomfort, trusting that you are supported even when the path feels uncertain. Love is the great stabilizer. It brings clarity where confusion once lived. It brings order where chaos once echoed. It brings harmony where tension once sat. Love is not merely an emotion, it is a state of consciousness. And when you return to that state, everything changes. You may begin to notice that your relationships improve naturally. You no longer attract the same dynamics because you are no longer the same person. You draw to you people who reflect your new sense of worth. You respond with patience because your heart is no longer wounded. You speak with kindness because you feel secure. Your creativity awakens. Ideas flow more freely. Solutions appear without strain. Inspiration arises from quiet moments. You feel connected to something larger than yourself, something wise and benevolent. This is the natural state of a mind aligned with love. Your body, too, responds beautifully to this inner shift. Pain softens, fatigue lifts, the breath deepens, muscles relax, the immune system strengthens. The body was never meant to live in fear. It thrives in love. When you think loving thoughts, you ignite its natural healing intelligence. Little by little, you begin to realize that life has always been guiding you toward this truth. Every hardship taught resilience. Every disappointment taught clarity. Every sorrow taught compassion. Nothing was wasted. Everything prepared you for this moment of remembering who you truly are. And who you truly are is love. Not fear, not doubt, not unworthiness. You are love, expressing itself through a human life. You are love learning, expanding, and returning to itself. Every loving thought brings you closer to this remembrance. As you practice Life Loves Me, you build a bridge between your conscious mind and your soul. You align your daily thoughts with your eternal truth. You awaken the knowing that has always lived within you, waiting for your recognition. Trust in life grows stronger each time you choose love. It becomes easier to release worry. It becomes easier to rest in divine timing. It becomes easier to say yes to good. You begin to realize that you do not walk alone. You never have. You are surrounded by love. You are guided by love. You are upheld by love. And now, after years of forgetting, you are finally remembering. There comes a moment in your healing when something inside shifts quietly, like a curtain lifting from a window. You realize that the world around you has not changed, and yet everything feels different. The light looks softer. Your breath moves more freely. Possibilities seem closer. This is the first sign that you are aligning with love. And when you align with love, miracles begin to flow as naturally as water running downhill. Miracles are not loud. They do not shout or demand attention. They arrive quietly in gentle movements, like a soft breeze touching your cheek without warning. Many people mistake miracles for grand events, but the truth is far simpler. A miracle is any moment when love dissolves fear, and these moments happen every time you align your thoughts with truth. When you hold a loving thought, you open the gate through which good flows. You are not forcing anything, you are allowing. You are not commanding life, you are harmonizing with it. Life has always wished to bless you, but fear builds walls. Love opens the door. Miracles come not because you fight for them, but because you stop fighting against them. This is why clear, loving thinking creates such profound shifts. It clears the inner channel. It unclogs the places where worry once blocked the flow. It transforms tension into openness, and the openness becomes a vessel into which life can pour goodness. Miracles are the natural result of this openness. When resistance fades, life does not hesitate. It rushes in quietly, gracefully, but unmistakably. Solutions appear as though they had been waiting just behind a thin veil. Doors open with barely a push. Paths become visible that were invisible before. You realize that life was never withholding. It was simply waiting for you to soften your grip. Loving alignment allows the body to heal more quickly. When the body feels safe, its natural intelligence awakens. Muscles release their tension. The breath deepens without being asked. The heart steadies. The immune system strengthens. Healing occurs not by force, but by relaxation. Love restores the body's harmony. Many people do not realize how much fear interrupts the body's natural healing. Fear contracts the chest, freezes the breath, and stiffens the joints. It sends the entire being into defense. But when you think, life supports me, your body exudes a gentle sigh. It recognizes truth. It remembers peace. Healing becomes easier because the body is no longer fighting to survive. It is finally allowed to rest. Once you begin to align with love, you notice small synchronicities. You think of someone and they write to you. You need an answer and it appears in a conversation. You wonder about a decision and clarity arrives in a quiet moment. These moments are not random. They are signs that you have stepped into the river of life rather than standing outside it. Life communicates through synchronicities, little winks, little nods, little confirmations that you are on the right path. They occur most frequently when the mind is calm, the heart is open, and the spirit is receptive. Love sharpens your awareness of them. Fear blinds you to them. Your energy field changes when you believe life supports you. Others feel it. Without trying, you inspire comfort. Without speaking, you radiate peace. Without effort, you become a calming presence. People respond to your gentleness. They feel your trust. They sense something stable and loving within you. This is the magnetism of alignment. Gratitude becomes effortless when love fills your inner world. You begin to notice blessings where you previously saw none. The warmth of sunlight on your face, the kindness of a stranger's smile, the softness of your own breath, the steady beat of your heart. Gratitude is not forced. It blooms naturally when you stop resisting love. Gratitude opens the door to more blessings because it acknowledges the good already present. When you thank life, you harmonize with it, you affirm its kindness, you confirm its generosity. You say, I see the goodness here, and life responds, here is more. Peaceful thoughts attract peaceful circumstances. When you calm your mind, life calms its expression toward you. Situations that once overwhelmed you now feel manageable. Conflicts resolve more smoothly. People who once challenged you no longer disturb you. The world reflects your inner stillness. Life rearranges itself around your new state of mind, not because you are controlling it, but because you are aligning with it. Life is responsive. It mirrors your deepest beliefs. When you believe you are safe, you notice support. When you believe you are worthy, you receive kindness. When you believe you are loved, love finds you. Every miracle begins as an inner shift long before it appears in form. The moment you choose a loving thought, something invisible changes. Energy redirects, pathways open, circumstances reorganize. People begin to move in your direction. You may not see it immediately, but life is already adjusting to your new vibration. Miracles often look like ordinary events made extraordinary by timing. A message arrives just when you needed encouragement. A solution appears right when you feared all options were gone. A new opportunity opens after a door closed. These are miracles in motion, life weaving love into your path with perfect precision. Allowing miracles requires steadiness, not strain, not effort, steadiness. A steady faith, a steady thought, a steady willingness to remain aligned with love. You do not need to hold the thought constantly. You only need to return to it. Each return strengthens your alignment. Each return deepens your trust. If doubt rises, and it will simply notice it, do not argue with it. Do not scold yourself. Return gently to your truth. Life loves me. Doubt cannot survive in a mind that repeatedly returns to love. Fear cannot dominate a heart that willingly softens. Miracles flow most easily through people who have learned to relax. Relaxation is not laziness, it is receptivity. It is saying, I do not need to force anything. I trust that what is meant for me will come. This trust creates an atmosphere where miracles thrive, because miracles require openness. Notice how life feels when you trust it. Notice how your breath moves. Notice how your body softens. Notice how worry loosens its grip. This state invites life to bless you. This state is the language of alignment. When you align with love, you begin to interpret challenges differently. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" you say, "What is this teaching me?" Instead of saying, "I am alone," you say, "Life is guiding me." Instead of saying, "This is a setback," you say, "This is a redirection." These shifts dissolve fear and reveal wisdom. As you practice alignment, your emotional disturbances lessen. Anger becomes softer. Sadness becomes gentler. Worry becomes quieter. Your heart learns to stay open even during difficult times, because you now trust that life moves you toward healing, not harm. You begin to look back at your past with new eyes. You see how every moment, even the painful ones, led you to this deeper understanding. You see that life was working for you even when you thought it was against you. You realize that the universe was preparing you for alignment all along. Your spiritual awareness deepens. You feel connected to something greater, something wise, something loving. You trust unseen forces. You recognize divine timing. You sense guidance. You know you are not walking alone. This connection is not imagined, it is remembered. It has always been there. Fear simply clouded it. Love reveals it again. Living in alignment becomes a way of breathing, a way of thinking, a way of relating to life. You no longer rush. You no longer force. You no longer resist. You flow. You soften. You allow. Miracles respond to this softness like flowers responding to spring. You become a partner with life, walking hand in hand. You listen. You trust. You respond. Love becomes your guide. Peace becomes your foundation. And miracles become your companions. You have stepped into the river of grace. You have aligned with the truth of your being. You have remembered the love that created you, and now life flows to you with ease. Living with the thought, "Life loves me," is not a momentary practice. It is a way of moving through the world. It is the soft, steady decision to align yourself each day with the power that created you. Miracles do not come from occasional faith. They come from a loving rhythm of thought that gently shapes the whole of your inner life. This rhythm is built one breath, one reflection, one repetition at a time. You begin each morning with a clear intention to remember that you are loved, guided, and supported. Before your feet touch the floor, you place your hand over your heart and whisper, "Life loves me." You feel the warmth beneath your palm. You feel your breath deepen. This is how you set the tone of the day, not with anxious planning, but with gentle knowing. A daily practice of remembering that life loves you is not complicated. It does not require rituals or elaborate routines. It requires only willingness. You pause, you breathe, you return to your truth. Some mornings you may feel tired or discouraged. Some mornings the old fears may stir. That is all right. You meet yourself where you are and whisper the words anyway. As you continue this practice, you cultivate a loving inner climate. Even when outer challenges arise, you have an inner foundation that remains steady. You no longer panic at the first sign of difficulty. You no longer assume the worst. You pause, breathe, and say, "Life loves me, I am guided, I am safe." These thoughts redirect your energy before fear has a chance to take hold. Gentle repetition plants seeds deep within the subconscious mind. The mind does not change through force, it changes through familiarity. The more often you repeat a loving thought, the more natural it becomes. Over time, "Life loves me" becomes your instinctive response rather than an unfamiliar affirmation. It becomes part of your inner language, your inner comfort, your inner truth. Every healing thought changes the soil of your consciousness. The subconscious is fertile and it accepts whatever you plant. If you plant worry, worry grows. If you plant love, love blossoms. When you repeat, "Life loves me," throughout the day, quietly, gently, sincerely, you nurture a garden that attracts peaceful experiences. To begin each morning aligned with peace, trust, and gratitude is to give yourself a precious gift. You start the day not by rushing, but by centering yourself. You say, "Today I choose to walk in harmony. I choose to see beauty. I choose to receive good." These choices shape your perception, and perception shapes experience. Doubt may arise, for it is an old companion. If it does, you do not scold yourself. You do not say, "I should know better." Instead, you whisper kindly, "It's all right, I understand, but I am choosing love now." Doubt softens when greeted with compassion. Fear diminishes when you reassure it gently. Returning to loving thoughts dissolves doubt, like sunlight dissolving morning mist. You do not fight doubt, you outshine it. You say, "Life loves me," and doubt loses its authority. You say it again, and the old pattern weakens. You say it softly in moments of uncertainty, and something inside you remembers your truth. As your inner climate becomes loving, self-love deepens naturally. You become kinder to yourself. You stop criticizing your past. You stop judging your imperfections. You stop expecting yourself to be flawless. Instead, you say, "I am doing the best I can, and that is enough." You treat yourself with a tender respect you once reserved only for others. Self-love radiates outward into every area of your life. You make decisions that honor your well-being. You choose environments that support your spirit. You speak up when something feels unkind. You allow yourself to rest when needed. You surround yourself with people who reflect the love you now hold within. Your relationships improve because you no longer seek validation from others. You no longer need them to prove your worth. You enter relationships with fullness rather than longing. You communicate with clarity rather than fear. You forgive more easily because you no longer interpret misunderstandings as rejection. You understand yourself and therefore understand others more deeply. Love begins guiding your decisions. You ask yourself, what would love choose here? And the answer becomes clear. Love chooses patience. Love chooses honesty. Love chooses rest. Love chooses peace. Love chooses trust. With each loving choice, your path becomes smoother, your mind becomes clearer, your days become gentler. Living daily in loving thought helps you embody the vibration of miracles. You are no longer a seeker of miracles, you are a magnet for them. Your presence softens rooms, your voice calms hearts, your choices inspire trust. People feel safe around you because you feel safe within yourself. Miracles are drawn to this steadiness. Love affects the smallest gestures. You bless your food as nourishment. You bless your home as shelter. You bless your work as service. You bless your steps as progress. Each blessing sends a ripple of energy into the world that returns to you multiplied. This is not magic. It is the natural movement of loving thought. Even your relationship with challenges changes. When difficulties arise, you do not spiral into fear. You say, "Life loves me, and this too is guiding me." Instead of resisting, you listen. Instead of panicking, you breathe. Instead of doubting, you trust. You notice how often solutions appear when you stop gripping tightly. Your intuition becomes sharper. You feel nudges, gentle whispers, inner signals. You trust them because they come from a place of love, not fear. You say yes when your heart opens. You say no when your heart tightens. You understand that intuition is the voice of love within you, always guiding you toward harmony. forgiveness becomes a daily companion. Not because you need to forgive great harms each day, but because small grievances arise naturally. Someone speaks sharply, a task goes wrong, a memory surfaces, and instead of holding on to resentment, you release it. You say, I choose peace. You let the moment pass without storing it as pain. This daily forgiveness keeps your heart light. You also learn to forgive yourself for every moment you forgot your worth. You forgive yourself for worrying. You forgive yourself for doubting. You forgive yourself for falling into old patterns. You say, it's all right, I am learning, I am growing. This kindness heals more quickly than any self-criticism ever could. As days pass, you notice that life feels different, not because everything is perfect, but because your perception has changed. You see beauty in ordinary things. You feel grateful for small kindnesses. You trust timing more. You release tension sooner. You live from the inside out, not from the outside in. You begin to realize that miracles are not extraordinary events, they are ordinary events seen through loving eyes. A moment of peace is a miracle. A warm smile is a miracle. A clear thought is a miracle. A compassionate choice is a miracle. You begin to experience life as a continuous unfolding of soft blessings. Every time you say, life loves me, you open the door to more of these blessings. Every repetition strengthens your connection to the divine intelligence that flows through all things. Every whisper of love aligns you with abundance, harmony, and peace. And so, at the end of each day, you place your hand upon your heart once more. You say, thank you for this day. Thank you for the love that carried me. And then, softly, with calm and certainty, you affirm, life loves me. And miracles flow to me with ease. You feel the truth of it settling deep within you, grounding you, comforting you, guiding you. You surrender to rest, knowing that life will guide you again tomorrow. You drift into sleep as someone who knows they are loved utterly, eternally, unconditionally. And this knowing is the greatest miracle of all. You have spent your life earning every breath, working, helping, giving, proving. You've carried others through storms and called it strength. But tell me, who taught you that love must always look like labor? Who told you that rest had to be earned? Somewhere long ago, you learned that slowing down was failure, that to stop meant you were lazy. And yet, your body has been whispering the truth all along. It doesn't need your guilt, it needs your gentleness. It doesn't want your hurry, it wants your trust. The world glorifies exhaustion and calls it achievement. But peace is not laziness. Peace is power under grace. You were never meant to live in permanent tension. You were meant to breathe, to soften, to listen to life unfolding without rushing to control it. Your nervous system is tired of being your soldier. It wants to be your friend again. Every ache, every tight muscle, every sleepless night, it's not weakness. It's a message. Please rest. Please let me recover. Your body is not betraying you. It's begging for balance. You do not have to earn the right to rest. You were born deserving of it. Even the earth rests, seasons turn, flowers sleep, the moon hides and returns. Why should you be the only one who never pauses? Life itself is proof that rest sustains creation. When you push yourself past kindness, your body starts speaking in symptoms: fatigue, irritation, pain. But when you stop and rest, healing begins where words cannot reach. Rest is not the opposite of progress. It is the soil that allows progress to bloom. Remember this truth: nothing beautiful grows in constant harvest. Crops rest, oceans ebb. Even your heartbeat alternates between contraction and release. To rest is not to quit, it is to harmonize with life's rhythm again. You may feel guilty when you sit still. A voice in your mind whispers, you should be doing more. That voice is not truth, it's conditioning. It's the echo of a world that has forgotten how to love itself without productivity. You can silence it with one breath. Say gently, I am safe to rest. Again, I am allowed to rest. You will feel a soft surrender within your chest. That is your soul exhaling after years of holding its breath. You are not lazy. You are learning how to live in trust, not tension. For years you have mistaken rest for weakness. But true strength is the courage to stop when the world demands more. The ones who heal, create, and love deeply are those who know when to retreat into stillness and return renewed. If you never rest, your dreams collapse under the weight of fatigue. But when you honor rest, inspiration finds you again. Clarity returns. Life begins to flow instead of being forced. Rest doesn't delay your purpose, it refines it. Notice how nature never apologizes for resting. The sun sets each evening without guilt. The tree drops its leaves without shame. The bird does not sing all day. Life thrives through rhythm, not relentless motion. You are part of that same divine rhythm. Imagine your body as a loyal companion who has carried you through every demand, every heartbreak, every day you refuse to pause. Now place a hand over your heart and say thank you. You can rest now. Feel the relief ripple through your being. When you rest, you are not doing nothing. You are doing the sacred work of renewal. Every deep breath repairs. Every moment of quiet is a prayer. Every nap, every sigh, every pause becomes an affirmation. I choose peace over pressure. You deserve to rest simply because you exist. You deserve softness, even if no one else gives you permission. You deserve mornings without alarms, evenings without demands, and moments that belong only to your heart. If the guilt rises, let it. Then ask it, who taught you that love and exhaustion must coexist? That voice will fade, because it was never your own. Beneath it lies your original knowing. Life loves me most when I slow down to feel it. There is no medal for burning out. There is no prize for suffering silently. There is only the quiet joy of returning home to yourself. Rest is how you say, I matter. It is how you teach your inner child that peace is safe, that stillness is holy. When you rest, you restore the balance of giving and receiving. You become receptive again to love, to intuition, to divine guidance. Rest opens the door through which grace can finally enter. You do not have to chase healing when you allow it to come. So today, let yourself pause, turn off the noise, sit by the window, let your shoulders drop, let the world spin without your control. Whisper, I release the need to prove my worth. Feel how instantly your body understands what your mind forgot. Your worth is not measured by how much you do it, is measured by how openly you allow life to flow through you. And life flows easiest through a relaxed body and a trusting heart. Rest is not the end of action. It is the beginning of wisdom. If you need permission, this is it. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to say no. You are allowed to stop, to cry, to breathe, to be. You are allowed to exist without producing, to heal without rushing, to love yourself without earning it. Take this affirmation with you. I am allowed to rest. I am safe in stillness. My peace is productive. My worth is constant. My body heals in silence. I deserve to rest without guilt. Repeat it as often as you need until your heart stops asking for permission. Because rest is not a reward at the end of struggle, it is a birthright. And the moment you honor it, your healing begins. I grew up in a world that taught me, as it taught so many of you, that worth was something to be proven. From the earliest days, I learned that being useful brought approval, and being still brought disapproval. Before I even understood the meaning of the word value, I learned to chase it through effort. I remember how simple moments of rest would draw sharp eyes or quiet scolding. A child's natural pause was mistaken for disobedience. I learned to stay busy, to appear occupied, to avoid the shadows of disappointment. In those small moments, I formed deep beliefs about myself and about life. It is remarkable how quickly a child absorbs the rules of survival. When I was praised, it was for being helpful, polite, quiet, or diligent. Rarely was I celebrated simply for existing. So I came to believe that goodness meant service, and service meant effort, and effort meant never stopping. You may have lived through similar lessons. You may have been told to keep busy as though silence were a danger. You may have been taught that usefulness keeps love near and idleness pushes it away. These teachings do not fade easily. They settle into the mind like old songs we hum without noticing. When love is tied to doing, the body responds by tightening. Muscles stiffen with vigilance. Shoulders lift as if to guard against correction. Breath becomes shallow, as though taking too much air is indulgence. Even the heart learns to beat with caution, unsure if it is allowed to rest. We do not realize how soon the body becomes the obedient servant of these early lessons. It stands alert in moments that require softness. It pushes forward when it longs to pause. It holds tension long after danger has passed, because it has been taught to fear disapproval more than exhaustion. Many families speak proudly of endurance. They glorify those who work without stopping. They reward those who carry burdens quietly. Fatigue becomes honorable, and pain becomes proof of character. In such homes, rest is seen not as care, but as abandonment of duty. School often continues the lesson. The child who finishes early is given more to do. The one who slows is labeled careless. The world begins to whisper the same refrain: there is always more waiting for you. Hurry becomes the rhythm of life. Stillness becomes a stranger. As these outer voices grow louder, they form an inner voice, one that says, do more, try harder, do not stop. Without realizing it, we begin to carry this voice everywhere. It sits beside us at breakfast. It follows us during work. It whispers at night when we long for peace. This voice can become so familiar that we mistake it for truth. We may believe that we are naturally restless, naturally driven, naturally unwilling to pause, but this is not our nature. It is our conditioning. Nature does not rush, yet everything is accomplished. When stillness feels unsafe, guilt rises. Guilt for sitting, guilt for breathing deeply, guilt for choosing ease over struggle. Guilt becomes a cloak worn unconsciously, heavy across the shoulders, pressing down on the chest. It tells us we have no right to rest until every task is complete. I once lived by those rules. I believed that stopping would cause life to fall apart. I believed that I had to earn even the smallest acts of kindness toward myself. I believed that care was something reserved for others and duty was something reserved for me. But these beliefs created tension, not peace. They created pain, not strength. They did not make me worthy, they made me weary. And slowly I learned to question them. I learned to see that they were not sacred truths. They were simply old ideas passed down by those who did not know gentleness. It took time to unlearn those patterns. I began by noticing how self-criticism lived inside me. It spoke in a tone sharper than any voice around me. It told me I was lazy if I paused. It told me I must be better, faster, more helpful. It was a relentless taskmaster in the quiet of my own mind. When I softened toward myself, the voice softened too. When I allowed a moment of rest, it did not vanish immediately, but it grew quieter. I discovered that the mind responds to love just as the body does. It melts, it expands, it becomes less afraid. Many people believe that carrying others' burdens is the most loving act, but caring too much leaves us bent, weary, unable to care for ourselves. We confuse sacrifice with love, yet true love does not ask us to betray our own needs. True love asks us to uplift, not to deplete. I carried far more than belonged to me for many years. I said yes when I longed to say no. I offered help before being asked. I lived as though I must hold the entire world together with my own hands. But no one is meant to be an endless source of strength without renewal. When we live in constant tension, energy cannot flow freely, healing cannot move through the body, inspiration cannot reach the mind. The metaphysical truth is simple: what is tight cannot receive. What is strained cannot heal. What is hurried cannot hear the gentle guidance of inner wisdom. Rest is an opening. It is the softening of the heart, the releasing of the breath, the loosening of the shoulders. It is the moment when the body says thank. It is the gateway through which healing enters. When we deny rest, we deny the very force that restores us. For so long, I believed that rest was a luxury afforded to others, but not to me. But little by little, I discovered that rest is not indulgence, it is nourishment. It is the quiet place where the soul meets its own light again. It is the ground upon which clarity grows. The first time I allowed myself true rest, I felt uneasy. I waited for the world to collapse. I waited for the disapproving voices to return. I waited for some punishment for daring to stop. But nothing happened. Silence simply held me. Peace simply welcomed me. In that gentle pause, I realized something profound. Rest is a form of love. It is love for the body that carries us. It is love for the mind that tries its best. It is love for the heart that longs for safety. Rest is the very essence of kindness. When I understood this, I began to see that my old beliefs about rest were not truths, they were misunderstandings. They were stories told by people who had never been allowed to rest themselves. They were inherited patterns, not divine guidance. The moment we recognize that we were conditioned to believe rest must be earned, we begin to loosen that belief. We begin to soften our grip on the old stories. We begin to realize that approval is not something to chase, but something to give ourselves freely. As I reflect on my early life, I see clearly that the world around me admired those who worked without pause. They were called strong, dependable, responsible. But I also see the weariness in their eyes, the tension in their posture, the longing in their silence. Strength is not found in endless effort. Strength is found in the courage to stop, to breathe, to listen to the needs of the body. Strength is the willingness to honor oneself, even when old patterns urge us to push harder. Strength is the choice to love oneself enough to rest. In my own healing journey, I learned that the body remembers every moment of strain. It remembers the times we ignored its pleas. It remembers the nights we stayed awake worrying. It remembers the years we carried burdens too heavy for any one person, and it remembers when we finally choose peace. The first tender realization that rest is love can feel like sunlight after a long winter. It warms the heart. It soothes the mind. It teaches the body that it no longer needs to be on guard. It reminds us that life is not meant to be endured but embraced. When we understand that rest is our birthright, the guilt begins to loosen. When we understand that rest does not diminish our worth, but reveals it, the old beliefs begin to dissolve. When we understand that rest nurtures the very energy we need to live fully, we stop fighting ourselves. I often tell people, you are not here to be perfect. You are here to be whole. And wholeness requires rest. Wholeness requires gentleness. Wholeness requires time to breathe, to reflect, to allow life's natural healing to rise within you. As you take in these words, notice what happens in your body. Notice if your shoulders relax just a little. Notice if your breath deepens. Notice if the thought of rest brings both longing and fear. Both are natural. Both are signs that you are awakening to a new understanding. The patterns you learned in childhood were not your fault. They were not wrong, they were simply incomplete. They lacked the wisdom of self-love. They lacked the knowledge that rest is not weakness but wisdom. They lack the truth that you deserve care simply because you exist. You no longer need to live according to those old rules. You can choose new thoughts. You can choose new beliefs. You can choose to say gently and kindly, I am allowed to rest. And each time you say it, the old tension softens a little more. Rest is an act of healing. It is an act of trust. It is an act of deep self-respect. And the moment you embrace it, your life begins to transform. Your body begins to heal. Your mind begins to quiet. Your heart begins to return to its natural state of peace. This is where your new journey begins. For many years, I believed my body was something to command. I asked it to work when it was tired, to hurry when it wanted to slow, to stay silent when it longed to speak. I treated its whispers as inconveniences, its fatigue as weakness, and its aches as something to push through. It took me a long time to understand that the body never lies. The mind can deceive itself with old fears and old stories, but the body speaks only truth. It speaks softly at first, like a gentle tap on the shoulder, a little tightness, a little heaviness, a little breathlessness that asks for attention. And when we ignore these small messages, the body speaks louder. Every symptom is a message. Every ache is a request. Every wave of fatigue is a loving reminder that we have wandered too far from our own center. I learned this slowly through my own healing. I learned it through illness, through pain, through the moments when life gently insisted that I stop. The body carries our entire emotional history. It carries memories we have forgotten. It carries disappointments we never expressed. It carries fear in the stomach, resentment in the lower back, sorrow in the chest, and pressure in the shoulders. And it waits patiently for us to listen. You may have noticed this in your own life. When you feel anxious, your breath becomes shallow. When you feel overwhelmed, your jaw tightens. When you feel unloved, your heart aches. When you feel unworthy, your posture collapses. The body reveals what the mind has tried to control. For years, my body lived in vigilance. It had learned that rest was dangerous, that stillness invited reprimand, that pausing meant I was falling behind. It did not know safety. It did not know softness. It prepared for disappointment the way a soldier prepares for battle. But the body is not meant to be a soldier. It is meant to be a friend, a companion, a teacher. It took me many years to discover this simple truth. When I finally began to listen, I realized my body had been speaking to me all along, begging me to rest, pleading for tenderness, longing for peace. Fatigue is not a flaw. It is a message that the body has given more than it can replenish. It is a gentle cry for renewal. Pain is not an enemy. It is the body pointing to a thought, a belief, a memory that needs compassion. And tension is not stubbornness. It is fear wrapped tightly around the muscles. Many people ask me, why does my body hurt when I've done nothing wrong? And I always answer softly, your body hurts because you have done too much without love. The body responds instantly to self-criticism. It responds instantly to pressure. It responds instantly to fear. But it also responds instantly to kindness. When we speak to our body with tenderness, something remarkable happens. The shoulders soften, the breath deepens, the stomach unwinds, the heart opens. Even the smallest gesture of self-approval begins to melt years of accumulated tension. I often tell people to place a hand over the heart and say, I am listening. The body hears this, the body responds, the body relaxes because it knows it is no longer alone. We forget that the body is alive with intelligence and memory. It feels every thought we think. It reacts to every belief we hold. When words are ignored, the body speaks through sensation. A tightening in the throat for words unspoken, a heaviness in the chest for grief unacknowledged, a pain in the lower back for burdens carried too long, a stiff neck for stubborn thoughts. These are not punishments, they are invitations. So many of us rush through life without noticing the messages within. We hurry from one task to another, pushing discomfort aside, hoping it will vanish if we ignore it. But the body persists, not to cause suffering, but to guide us toward a better way of living. I learned that rest is not only for the body, it is also for the mind. When the mind quiets, the body can repair. When the mind stops insisting, the body can breathe. When the mind releases old fears, the body expands into peace. They work together as partners in our healing. There were times in my life when I would wake with aching muscles, but instead of asking, "What is my body telling me?" I would ask, "What must I push through today?" I believed my discomfort was an inconvenience rather than a messenger. It took patience and humility to change this belief. The body longs for safety. It longs to relax. It longs to be treated with respect. When we rest, the body sighs with relief. When we offer gratitude, it glows with warmth. When we breathe deeply, it remembers that peace is possible. We do not realize how much our bodies have endured until they finally exhale. Many people fear resting because they believe rest will bring their buried emotions to the surface. And in many ways, this is true. Stillness allows the unspoken to rise. Quiet allows the forgotten to return. But this is not something to fear. This is how healing begins. Emotional burdens settle into the muscles when they have no other place to go. The back holds responsibilities. The stomach holds dread. The throat holds unexpressed truth. The pelvis holds shame. The eyes hold sorrow. Every part of the body becomes a journal of the soul. When we rest, we give these emotions room to move. They begin to loosen. They begin to soften. They begin to release. And as they release, the body becomes lighter, freer, and more open to life. Forcing oneself through pain only deepens the wound. I learned this the hard way. Whenever I pushed past my own needs, my body responded with louder cries. When I ignored those cries, they became symptoms. When I ignored the symptoms, they became greater lessons. But when I stopped pushing, everything changed. When I offered myself approval instead of judgment, my body relaxed. When I chose forgiveness instead of blame, my heart softened. When I allowed silence, clarity arose. The body needs kindness more than anything else we can offer. Self-approval is a medicine. It works more quickly than we imagine. It does not require perfection. It requires sincerity. When we say, "I approve of myself," the body hears, "I am safe." When we say, "I am gentle with myself," the body hears, "I may rest." Every thought we think is a message to the body. Angry thoughts create tension. Fearful thoughts create contraction. Loving thoughts create ease. Joyful thoughts create expansion. The body mirrors the mind as faithfully as water mirrors the sky. People often ask me about metaphysical causation. They wonder why illness appears or why fatigue lingers, and I tell them gently that illness is often the last stage of a long process. Before the body speaks, the mind whispers. Before pain arises, the emotions plead for attention. Unrest within reveals unrest in thought. When we think we must earn love, the body tightens. When we think we are alone, the chest constricts. When we think we are unworthy, the spine curves. These are not punishments, they are reflections. When we choose new thoughts, the body responds with gratitude. When we say, "I am willing to release the past," the shoulders drop. When we say, "Life supports me," the breath deepens. When we say, "I deserve peace," the nervous system softens like a flower opening to the morning light. Listening to the body is an act of respect. It is an act of devotion. It is an act of healing. It is saying to yourself, your needs matter. Your comfort matters. Your well-being matters. And the moment you say this, the inner landscape begins to change. Rest is the doorway through which intuition enters. When the mind quiets, the inner wisdom speaks. It offers gentle guidance. It reveals what has been hidden. It shows the next loving step. But it cannot speak over the noise of constant striving. When we rest, we realign ourselves with the natural rhythm of life. We remember that we are part of the same wisdom that turns the seasons, lifts the tides, and opens the petals of every flower. Life does not rush. Life flows, and when we flow with it, we find peace. Simple acts become sacred. A long breath becomes a prayer. A quiet moment becomes an awakening. A soft sigh becomes an offering. These small gestures of attention nourish the spirit more deeply than hours of effort. You do not need grand rituals to heal. You need presence. You need willingness. You need gentleness. You need the courage to stop long enough to hear the messages your body has been speaking for years. Place your hand over your heart and listen. Listen to the faint rhythm that has accompanied you through every joy, every sorrow, every hope, every disappointment. That rhythm is your constant companion. It speaks in a language older than words, and it whispers, rest, rest, rest. You deserve a peaceful body. You deserve a calm mind. You deserve the kind of stillness that nourishes the soul. When you listen to the body, you are listening to life itself, and life always speaks with love. For so many of us, the moment we sit down, an old uneasiness rises within. It is subtle at first, just a faint stirring beneath the ribs, a small voice that says, "Should you really be resting?" This voice is not natural, it is learned. It is the echo of years spent believing that stillness is something to apologize for. Guilt often arrives before the rest even begins. We may place our hands in our lap, let our shoulders drop, begin to breathe, and there it is. A tightness in the chest, a whisper of self-doubt, a sense that we must defend our pause. This guilt is ancient. It comes from teachings handed down long before we had a choice. When I look back on my own life, I see clearly how guilt shaped my early years. I felt guilty if I did not work. I felt guilty if I chose pleasure over duty. I felt guilty if I asked for help, or if I needed comfort, or if I simply wished to sit quietly without explanation. I believed rest was something I had to earn through effort or suffering. Many of us grew up in homes where our parents carried their own guilt like a heavy mantle. They too had been taught that their worth depended on endless giving. They knew nothing else. They could not teach what they were never taught, the deep truth that rest is natural and necessary. This inherited guilt becomes a family heirloom. It passes from one generation to the next, not through words alone, but through silence, posture, and example. Children learn by watching. They see their parents rise before dawn, work through pain, push past tears. They learn that life is something to endure, not to savor. So when rest enters their lives, it feels foreign, unsettled, even shameful. They may sit down with the desire to breathe deeply, yet feel a sudden need to justify themselves. I will rest only for a moment. I deserve this because I worked hard. I have earned a brief pause. This bargaining reveals how deeply guilt has woven itself into the mind. But guilt is not a teacher of truth. It is a shadow that forms when we turn away from love. It is a misunderstanding, not a moral compass. Guilt cannot guide us into greater peace. It can only bind us to old patterns. We must understand where guilt comes from before we can release it. Guilt around stillness begins when children are praised for obedience, silence, or productivity, but not for simply being themselves. When a child is scolded for daydreaming or told to keep busy, rest becomes associated with disapproval. That association lingers for decades. Even in adulthood, when no one is watching, The mind watches itself. It repeats the same old criticisms once spoken by others. It becomes the strict parent, the impatient teacher, the weary guardian of outdated rules. We cannot release guilt through force. We release it through understanding. When we recognize that our guilt was never ours to begin with, it begins to dissolve. When we see that guilt is simply a memory of old voices, we begin to reclaim our freedom. Forgiveness is the bridge from guilt to peace. We forgive ourselves for believing we had to earn rest. We forgive our families for passing down their own fears. We forgive the world for glorifying exhaustion. And we forgive the younger versions of ourselves who tried so hard to be perfect. Forgiveness is not approval of what happened. It is the soft, steady release of its hold on your heart. When you forgive, you step out of the past and into the present. You create room for gentleness. You create room for breath. You create room for rest. I often place my hand over my heart and whisper, "I am safe." These words dissolve guilt like sunlight dissolves morning fog. Guilt thrives in fear, but it cannot survive in safety. When we assure ourselves that we are safe, guilt loosens its grip. Another truth I learned is that guilt loses its power when we offer ourselves approval. "I approve of myself" is one of the most healing phrases we can ever speak. When we say it sincerely, the body relaxes, the breath deepens, and the mind softens into trust. Approval is the antidote to guilt. Guilt says you are wrong for wanting rest. Approval says you deserve peace because you are alive. Guilt says you must justify your stillness. Approval says your well-being matters. Guilt says do more. Approval says be. When we speak to ourselves lovingly, guilt begins to crumble. It has no foundation when love is present. Love brings light to the places where guilt once hid. You may feel guilt rise when you choose to rest. If it does, do not push it away. Welcome it with kindness. Ask it gently, "Who taught you this?" Guilt will show you the old memory, the old rule, the old voice. And once you see it clearly, you will understand that it is no longer needed. Guilt belongs to a time when you did not know your own worth, but you are learning now. You are awakening to a deeper truth. Your value is not tied to your effort. Your worth is not measured by your productivity. Your place in this world is not earned through strain. You are a spiritual being. You are a soul with a body, not a machine with a schedule. Machines must justify their use. Souls do not. Souls rest because rest is part of their natural rhythm. Souls pause because quiet is how they hear themselves. As guilt fades, innocence returns. A sweet, childlike innocence that remembers how to rest without question, how to lie in the grass and feel the sun, how to sit by the window and watch the clouds, how to breathe without apology. Innocence knows no guilt around stillness. Rest restores this innocence. It brings you back to the person you were before the world taught you to hurry. It reconnects you with the softness beneath the armor, the gentleness beneath the duty, the tenderness beneath the tension. It brings you home to yourself. There is a profound metaphysical shift that occurs when guilt dissolves. You move from duty to devotion. Duty is heavy and pressured. Devotion is light and willing. Duty strains the body. Devotion soothes it. Duty says I must. Devotion says I choose. When you rest from devotion, not duty, your entire experience changes. You are no longer resting because you are exhausted. You are resting because you love yourself. You are no longer resting as a reward. You are resting as a birthright. You are no longer resting with fear. You are resting with trust. This shift transforms the heart. It transforms the breath. It transforms the very energy of the home around you. Those who love you will feel the difference. They will sense the peace you carry. They will learn from your example that rest is holy. When guilt fades, the body is free to heal. Muscles release their grip. The nervous system unwinds. The breath finds a deeper rhythm. Sleep becomes more restful. The heart feels safer. You become receptive again to life's goodness. So if guilt rises, speak to it gently. Tell it, your purpose has passed. I no longer need you to keep me safe. I am safe now. I am loved now. I am allowed to rest. Say it softly. Say it often. Say it until your body believes it. Say it until your mind quiets. Say it until guilt releases its hold completely. You are not here to live a life of strain. You are here to live a life of love. And love begins with rest. Love begins with listening. Love begins with choosing peace over pressure. Rest is an act of faith. It is trusting that life will continue without your constant effort. It is trusting that the world does not require your sacrifice to spin. It is trusting that you are supported by something greater than your own will. You deserve rest. You deserve ease. You deserve stillness. You deserve the peace that comes when guilt dissolves and innocence returns. Let yourself feel this truth not only with your mind, but with your body. Let it soften you. Let it free you. Rest is not selfish. Rest is not wasteful. Rest is not wrong. Rest is a loving embrace of the self that has waited years for permission. Rest is the gentle choice to no longer abandon yourself. As you breathe now, feel the guilt lifting. Feel it rise like mist from a warming field. Feel it dissolve into nothing. Feel the sweetness beneath it. Feel the freedom. Feel the peace. You are allowed to rest. And rest, dear one, is the pathway back to you. There comes a moment in every healing journey when we begin to feel the pulse of life itself. It is subtle at first, like a tide shifting within the heart. A quiet invitation, a soft reminder, a whisper that says, life moves in rhythms, not in relentless lines. When we pause long enough to listen, we realize that rest is not an interruption, it is the very flow we have been missing. I have always loved watching nature because it teaches without words. It teaches effortlessly, in silence, through the simple honesty of its existence. The sun rises and sets without apology. The moon swells and retreats without guilt. The tides pull back as faithfully as they advance. Trees bloom and then they withdraw. Nothing in nature rushes. Nothing in nature demands constant output, and yet everything thrives. For a long time, I believed I had to be the exception. I believed I had to keep moving, keep giving, keep producing, or I would lose my worth. I lived as though I were separate from the rhythms that govern all of life. But we are not separate. We are made of the same intelligence, the same cycles, the same breath that moves through the entire universe. Life breathes us, and we resist by holding our breath. Life asks us to ebb, and we insist on flowing. Life offers rest, and we choose strain. It is no wonder we feel depleted because we are living contrary to the very wisdom that sustains creation. When I began to honor the natural rhythm of life, something changed within me. I felt a softening, a loosening of the tight grip I had held on my responsibilities. I realized that every time I pushed myself beyond kindness, I was stepping out of harmony with the universe. And each time I allowed myself to rest, I was stepping back into grace. Rest harmonizes us with life's divine order. It places us back in the circle of receiving. So many of us give endlessly, believing that giving is proof of goodness. But giving without receiving is not generosity, it is imbalance. It exhausts the spirit and drains the heart. Nature understands perfect balance. The tree gives shade, but it also receives sunlight. The flower gives beauty, but it also receives nourishment from the soil. The ocean gives waves, but it also receives rivers. Every act of giving is supported by an act of receiving. Humans forget this. We try to be oceans that only give, suns that only shine, trees that only shelter. We forget to receive. We forget to allow. We forget to rest. And the moment we stop receiving, our giving becomes strained, our love becomes tired, our joy becomes brittle. When we rest, we receive. We allow life to pour back into us. We open our hearts to replenishment. We reconnect with the quiet nourishment that the universe has been offering us all along. Rest is how we refill the cup that love flows from. There is a lovely truth I discovered through my own healing. Intuition grows in silence. It does not rise from chaos or hurry. It does not shout over the noise of constant effort. It appears in the soft moments when the mind settles, when the breath slows, when the body feels safe enough to be still. Inner guidance becomes clear when the body softens. It is like watching ripples settle on a lake. When the water is agitated, nothing is reflected clearly. But when the surface quiets, everything becomes visible. The same is true of the heart. Only in rest does it reflect the guidance we seek. I found that my most inspired ideas came during moments of pause. When I sat quietly with a cup of tea, when I walked slowly in the fresh air, when I allowed myself a gentle afternoon of doing nothing at all, that is when clarity would arrive. Not through strain, not through force, through ease. We are taught to chase answers, but answers come when we stop chasing. They come when we open ourselves to receive. They come when our minds are soft enough to hear them. Rest is the doorway through which this wisdom enters. So many people feel lost because they never stop long enough to hear their own inner voice. They fill every moment with tasks, noise, or worries. They fear stillness because they believe stillness is empty. But stillness is not empty, it is full. It is rich with guidance, insight, peace, love. When we choose rest, we become receptive again. The heart listens, the mind clears, the spirit wakes. We remember that we are part of a much larger rhythm, a gentle cycle of giving and receiving that is always present, always supportive, always available. Rest renews creativity, it renews inspiration, it renews faith in ourselves. It renews the belief that life wants to help us, not harm us. When we are tired, the world seems dull. When we are rested, the world glows again. Colors return. Ideas return. Hope returns. I once met a woman who told me she had lost her purpose. She had pushed herself for so long that she could no longer feel joy in anything. She believed she needed to work harder to rediscover her path. Instead, I asked her to rest. She resisted at first. She believed she had no time, but after a few days of gentle quiet, she began to hear her inner guidance again. Her purpose had not left her. She had simply been too exhausted to hear it. This is true for so many of us. Rest does not take us away from life. Rest brings us back to life. It restores the clarity that strain erodes. It restores the intuition that fear muffles. It restores the energy that worry drains. Nature never apologizes for pausing. When the sun sets, it does not ask permission. When the tree sheds its leaves, it does not feel guilty. When the ocean withdraws into low tide, it does not fear disapproval. Nature honors its needs, and in doing so, it remains balanced. If nature, which sustains the world, rests without guilt, why shouldn't you? Why should you be the only part of creation that denies itself the renewal it needs? When we stop pushing against life, the heart becomes receptive. A relaxed heart is an open heart. It receives love more easily. It receives beauty more deeply. It receives guidance more clearly. Rest opens the door through which grace enters. Grace is always available, but it cannot reach us when we are tense or hurried. It waits patiently for the moment we soften, the moment we breathe, the moment we stop trying to control everything through sheer effort. Grace moves through openness, not strain. Sometimes people ask me, how do I know if life is guiding me? And I always say, you will know when you are quiet. Life speaks in whispers, not shouts. It nudges, it soothes, it suggests. It never forces. And its messages arise most clearly when we are willing to pause and receive. Rest is not a retreat from life, it is a reunion with life. It is returning to the rhythm that has always been here, waiting for us to remember. It is reconnecting with the divine wisdom that lives within every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of stillness. When you rest, you step into alignment with the same intelligence that designed the stars, the seasons, and the tides. You become part of the great rhythm of giving and receiving that moves through all of existence. Allow yourself to experience this rhythm now. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath deepen. Feel how the body responds instantly to softness. Feel how the mind becomes quieter when you give yourself permission to rest. Feel how your heart begins to receive what it has long been denied. Life will meet you here. Life will support you here. Life will restore you here. You are not alone. You are held in a rhythm older than time. You are part of a universe that rests, renews, and rises again. And when you honor this rhythm, you honor yourself. There comes a moment in every healing journey when rest is no longer something you try to squeeze into the corners of your life, but something you begin to honor as a way of living. I reached that moment slowly, gently, after years of listening to my body, questioning my beliefs, and releasing old guilt. One day I realized that peace was not something to visit, it was something to live within. Choosing peace is an act of devotion to yourself. It is saying, I matter. It is saying, my well-being matters. It is saying, I no longer measure my worth by how much I struggle. It is a shift so deep that it changes the way you breathe, the way you think, the way you move through the world. When I began to choose peace, I noticed that my life rearranged itself around this decision. I felt less drawn to people who thrived on conflict. I felt less willing to carry burdens that were never mine. I felt less eager to prove myself. Instead, I felt guided toward gentleness, toward softness, toward rest. Rest becomes a sacred declaration of self-worth when you no longer wait until you are collapsing to allow it. When you rest because you love yourself, not because you have finally earned it. When you pause because you choose to, not because your body forces you to stop. This is the shift from survival to love. A peaceful life is not built overnight. It is built moment by moment, breath by breath, choice by choice. Every time you choose a kind thought over a fearful one, you soften the path ahead. Every time you speak gently to yourself, you plant seeds of peace within your mind. Every time you rest without guilt, you reclaim a part of your freedom. Gentleness is a strength that many people overlook. They think strength is loud, forceful, unyielding. But true strength is calm. True strength is steady. True strength is being able to remain loving in a world that taught you to harden. It takes courage to soften. It takes bravery to be gentle with yourself. When you rebuild your life around gentleness instead of strain, you begin to notice small miracles. You wake with more clarity. Your breath deepens. Your body feels more at home within itself. You make decisions with greater ease. You move through your day with a sense of grace instead of urgency. These changes are subtle at first, but they are profound. Daily affirmations help nourish this new way of living. They become the food for the mind, the reminders of your truth. I choose peace. I am gentle with myself. My rest is holy. Life supports me in every step. When you repeat these affirmations, you water the seeds of peace. I learned long ago that the mind believes what we tell it. When we speak words of fear, the mind tightens. When we speak words of love, the mind softens. When we speak words of peace, the mind settles. This is why affirmations are so powerful. They reshape the inner landscape from which our lives grow. Rest is essential to spiritual connection. When we are constantly rushing, we cannot hear the soft guidance of our intuition. We cannot feel the quiet nudges of life. We cannot sense the divine whispers that guide us toward healing. Yet when we choose peace, we create space for this sacred communication. The inner child, who may have been scolded for resting or shamed for wanting comfort, heals through gentleness. When you rest without guilt, you teach that child that stillness is safe, that comfort is allowed, that peace does not lead to punishment. You become the loving presence you once needed. I often place a hand upon my heart and say, "Little one, you are safe now." These words carry a soft magic. They bridge the years. They soothe the memories. They tell the child within that the world is no longer a place of hurried demands. Peace becomes a homecoming. When you honor rest, you naturally return to your inner wisdom. You begin to notice what feels right and what feels heavy. You begin to move toward what nourishes you and gently release what depletes you. Peace is a clear voice. It does not shout, it guides. As your inner dialogue shifts, your outer world transforms. You speak with more kindness. You listen with more patience. You choose with more clarity. You find yourself drawn to environments that support your well-being. You naturally attract people who respect your boundaries and honor your peace. When guilt lifts, a great lightness enters the heart. You feel as though you are meeting yourself for the first time. You discover qualities buried beneath years of tension, calmness, playfulness, curiosity, tenderness. These qualities were always there. They were simply waiting for permission to bloom. The more you rest, the more harmonious your relationships become. Rest softens irritation, it eases resentment, it quiets defensiveness. When you are rested, you are more generous with your patience and your understanding. You are more loving because you are not running on emptiness. Rest allows you to receive love. Many people give love easily but struggle to receive it. Their hearts are shielded by old fears or old wounds. Rest opens the heart, making it receptive again. When you are peaceful, you can let love in without resistance. Ease enters your interactions. Conversations unfold more gently. Conflicts resolve with less effort. You see others through softer eyes. You judge less. You expect less strain. Peace changes the way you live within yourself and with others. As you rest more, you become more attuned to the rhythm of life. Decisions no longer feel forced. Solutions appear when needed. Opportunities come without being chased. You learn to trust the timing of life. You learn to trust that you are guided. Peace invites more peace. It builds upon itself. It grows stronger each time you choose it. It becomes a way of breathing, a way of thinking, a way of loving yourself. It becomes the foundation upon which your days are built. Many people believe that peace belongs to quiet places or special moments. But peace is something you carry within you. It travels with you into crowded rooms, busy tasks, and difficult conversations. When peace becomes your foundation, you bring calm to every circumstance. To choose peace is to choose yourself. It is to choose a life where your nervous system is no longer a battlefield. It is to choose a life where your mind no longer wages war against your own worth. It is to choose a life where your heart is no longer weighed down by guilt or fear. Rest is the physical expression of this choice. Every time you rest, you are saying, "My life is mine." Every time you rest, you are saying, "I will not abandon myself." Every time you rest, you are saying, "I walk in love." Peace is not an escape. It is a return to wisdom, return to innocence, return to the truth of who you are. You were not born into strain, you were born into love. And peace is how you find your way back to that love. As you breathe now, imagine your life shaped by peace. Imagine your mornings beginning with ease. Imagine your days flowing gently. Imagine your nights filled with deep rest. Imagine your heart free from guilt. Imagine your body relaxed, open, receptive. You can choose this life. You can choose it again and again. Peace is not a distant dream, it is a decision, a soft decision, a loving decision, a decision you make each time you rest, each time you breathe deeply, each time you treat yourself with compassion. Your rest is not a pause from living, it is living. It is the essence of your healing, the foundation of your joy, the cradle of your well-being. When you rest, you honor the divine within you. You honor the life that flows through you. You honor the truth that you deserve ease. Now, gently place your hand over your heart. Feel its quiet rhythm. Feel how faithfully it has carried you. Whisper softly, I choose peace. I am allowed to rest. My life blossoms when I am gentle with myself. Let these words settle within you. Let them soften every place that has felt tense. Let them nourish every part of you that has waited for permission to breathe. Peace is your home. Rest is your doorway. Step through it as often as you need. Step through it without guilt. Step through it with love. Your life begins anew each time you rest. You've spent so long trying to fix yourself that you've forgotten what it feels like to simply be whole. Every morning, you search your body for what still hurts, what still isn't right, what still needs repair. But what if today you stopped trying and started acting as though you were already healed? Healing begins the moment you stop identifying with the wound. When you say, I am broken, your body believes you. When you whisper, I am healed, every cell listens. Your body is not your enemy, it is your messenger. And right now, it is asking for new instructions. For years, you may have said, when I'm well, I'll live again. But the truth is reversed. When you live again, you become well. When you smile, stretch, breathe, and move as though freedom already fills you, your body learns the pattern of health and starts to mirror it. I know you have tried everything, doctors, books, supplements, endless searching, and still the pain remains like an old friend who won't leave. But pain is not punishment. It is the body's cry for love, waiting for you to answer gently instead of with fear. So place a hand on the place that hurts. Whisper, I love you. Thank you for staying with me. You can relax now. Feel the ease spread through that small act. Healing is never forced. It unfolds when you stop fighting and begin listening with tenderness. You were not meant to spend your life waiting for a diagnosis to free you. You were meant to walk in the knowing that your thoughts shape the chemistry of your blood, the rhythm of your heart, the strength of your immune system. Your beliefs are the medicine. Every time you affirm, I am healed, you teach your subconscious what to create. Every repetition becomes a seed, every seed a new cell, every new cell a piece of evidence that wholeness is already happening within you. Speak it often. Your body is listening. There is a law in this universe. The body obeys the mind that loves. When you speak to yourself with kindness, the organs soften, the tension releases, the immune system awakens. When you scold yourself, the body hides. Speak love, and it returns to harmony. Think of the moments you felt truly peaceful, watching sunlight, hearing laughter, feeling grateful for no reason. Those moments are medicine. When you recreate that feeling deliberately, you invite healing chemicals to dance through you. Peace heals faster than pressure. Many believe healing takes years, but what if time was only a belief? Some heal in an instant, not because the illness vanished suddenly, but because they stopped resisting life. They chose peace now, and peace now is the shortest road to recovery. If you continue to act as the wounded one, life will mirror that role back to you. But if you rise each morning and act as the healed one, smiling, blessing, trusting, the universe rearranges itself to match your new identity. The outer must follow the inner. Let go of the question, when will I heal? Replace it with, how can I love myself today? Love is the most powerful healer on this planet. It dissolves guilt, releases fear, and restores order to chaos. Love is the light that re-educates every cell to thrive again. Perhaps you fear that claiming healing means denying reality, but faith is not denial, it is decision. You decide that your body's story will be rewritten by love, not by memory. The past describes you, it does not define you. Each breath writes a new script. You may have believed that illness makes you weak, but illness has been your teacher. It brought you here, to this moment of awareness, to this turning point where you learn to speak differently, think differently, live differently. You are graduating now. Act as though the healing has already occurred. Dress as though energy runs freely through you. Walk as though gratitude carries your steps. Speak as though joy were your native language. Life responds to such faith. It multiplies whatever you embody. If doubts arise, and they will smile at them, say, thank you for trying to protect me, but I am safe now. Then breathe deeply and return to the knowing. I am healed, I am free, I am whole. Repeat until it feels natural, until your heart believes what you say. Imagine your future self standing before you, radiant, strong, calm. She says, thank you for acting as if. Thank you for believing before you saw. Every time you practice this today, you borrow power from that future self until you and she become one. You are not waiting for a miracle, you are performing one. Each loving thought is surgery without pain, medicine without side effects. Every moment you choose peace instead of fear, the universe rearranges molecules in your favor. Healing is happening now. So breathe, place both hands over your heart and whisper, I am healed and free. Say it slowly with reverence. Again, I am healed and free. Feel your body sigh in agreement. This is how transformation begins, not in effort, but in acceptance. The mind that made pain through fear can unmake it through love. You are not a victim of your past thoughts. You are the author of new ones. And today, you are writing health, ease, and joy into every line of your being. Do not wait another sunrise to claim your power. The act of believing is itself the cure. The more you practice the posture of wellness, the more your cells align with that vibration. Life loves you. It has been waiting for your permission to prove it. If you remember nothing else, remember this. Speak kindly to yourself, act kindly towards your body, and imagine yourself already whole. The moment you do, healing begins to echo through every cell. You were never broken. You are only learning how to love. My darling, I want to begin by inviting you to lay down every idea you have carried about being the sick one, the fragile one, or the broken one. These words were never the truth of who you are. They were only descriptions born from moments of fear, repeated so often that they began to feel like a kind of identity. They settled around you like a heavy coat someone once placed on your shoulders, and you forgot that you could simply slip out of it. There was a time, you've spent so long trying to fix yourself that you've forgotten what it feels like to simply be whole. Every morning, you search your body for what still hurts, what still isn't right, what still needs repair. But what if today you stopped trying and started acting as though you were already healed? Healing begins the moment you stop identifying with the wound. When you say, I am broken, your body believes you. When you whisper, I am healed, every cell listens. Your body is not your enemy, it is your messenger. And right now, it is asking for new instructions. For years, you may have said, when I'm well, I'll live again. But the truth is reversed. When you live again, you become well. When you smile, stretch, breathe, and move, as though freedom already fills you. Your body learns the pattern of health and starts to mirror it. I know you have tried everything, doctors, books, supplements, endless searching, and still the pain remains like an old friend who won't leave. But pain is not punishment. It is the body's cry for love, waiting for you to answer gently instead of with fear. So place a hand on the place that hurts. Whisper, I love you. Thank you for staying with me. You can relax now. Feel the ease spread through that small act. Healing is never forced. It unfolds when you stop fighting and begin listening with tenderness. You were not meant to spend your life waiting for a diagnosis to free you. You were meant to walk in the knowing that your thoughts shape the chemistry of your blood, the rhythm of your heart, the strength of your immune system. Your beliefs are the medicine. Every time you affirm, I am healed, you teach your subconscious what to create. Every repetition becomes a seed, every seed a new cell, every new cell a piece of evidence that wholeness is already happening within you. Speak it often. Your body is listening. There is a law in this universe. The body obeys the mind that loves. When you speak to yourself with kindness, the organs soften, the tension releases, the immune system awakens. When you scold yourself, the body hides. Speak love, and it returns to harmony. Think of the moments you felt truly peaceful, watching sunlight, hearing laughter, feeling grateful for no reason. Those moments are medicine. When you recreate that feeling deliberately, you invite healing chemicals to dance through you. Peace heals faster than pressure. Many believe healing takes years, but what if time was only a belief? Some heal in an instant, not because the illness vanished suddenly, but because they stopped resisting life. They chose peace now, and peace now is the shortest road to recovery. If you continue to act as the wounded one, life will mirror that role back to you. But if you rise each morning and act as the healed one, smiling, blessing, trusting, the universe rearranges itself to match your new identity. The outer must follow the inner. Let go of the question, when will I heal? Replace it with, how can I love myself today? Love is the most powerful healer on this planet. It dissolves guilt, releases fear, and restores order to chaos. Love is the light that re-educates every cell to thrive again. Perhaps you fear that claiming healing means denying reality, but faith is not denial, it is decision. You decide that your body's story will be rewritten by love, not by memory. The past describes you, it does not define you. Each breath writes a new script. You may have believed that illness makes you weak, but illness has been your teacher. It brought you here, to this moment of awareness, to this turning point where you learn to speak differently, think differently, live differently. You are graduating now. Act as though the healing has already occurred. Dress as though energy runs freely through you. Walk as though gratitude carries your steps. Speak as though joy were your native language. Life responds to such faith. It multiplies whatever you embody. If doubts arise, and they will smile at them, say, thank you for trying to protect me, but I am safe now. Then breathe deeply and return to the knowing. I am healed, I am free, I am whole. Repeat until it feels natural, until your heart believes what you say. Imagine your future self standing before you, radiant, strong, calm. She says, thank you for acting as if. Thank you for believing before you saw. Every time you practice this today, you borrow power from that future self until you and she become one. You are not waiting for a miracle, you are performing one. Each loving thought is surgery without pain, medicine without side effects. Every moment you choose peace instead of fear, the universe rearranges molecules in your favor. Healing is happening now. So breathe, place both hands over your heart and whisper, I am healed and free. Say it slowly with reverence. Again, I am healed and free. Feel your body sigh in agreement. This is how transformation begins, not in effort, but in acceptance. The mind that made pain through fear can unmake it through love. You are not a victim of your past thoughts. You are the author of new ones. And today, you are writing health, ease, and joy into every line of your being. Do not wait another sunrise to claim your power. The act of believing is itself the cure. The more you practice the posture of wellness, the more your cells align with that vibration. Life loves you. It has been waiting for your permission to prove it. If you remember nothing else, remember this. Speak kindly to yourself, act kindly toward your body, and imagine yourself already whole. The moment you do, healing begins to echo through every cell. You were never broken. You are only learning how to love. My darling, I want to begin by inviting you to lay down every idea you have carried about being the sick one, the fragile one, or the broken one. These words were never the truth of who you are. They were only descriptions born from moments of fear, repeated so often that they began to feel like a kind of identity. They settled around you like a heavy coat someone once placed on your shoulders, and you forgot that you could simply slip out of it. There was a time, long before you learned to judge your body, when you lived in a natural state of trust. When you were very small, you awoke each morning with openness, greeting the day with curiosity. You did not question your worth, nor did you measure your value by how you felt physically. You simply existed in harmony with yourself. You breathed without fear. You moved without suspicion. You trusted your body the way a bird trusts its wings. Yet as you grew, you learned to look at your body through the eyes of others. You were told to be careful, to watch out, to behave, to silence your impulses. You heard adults speak of illness as punishment, of pain as something shameful, frightening. Little by little, you began to believe that discomfort meant you had done something wrong. You began to mistrust your sensations, as though your own body were a mischievous creature waiting to betray you. It is astonishing how deeply childhood teachings shape the way we view ourselves decades later. A single comment from long ago can echo for years. Soon you found yourself repeating small thoughts, harmless at first, but persistent. I don't feel my best. Something feels off. Perhaps something is wrong with me. And as these thoughts returned, day after day, they carved grooves inside the mind like water shaping stone. What began as I feel unwell quietly transformed into I am unwell. Beliefs are simply thoughts you practice, and identity is simply a belief repeated until you no longer question it. When you say to yourself, "This is who I am," the body listens. The cells gather around that statement and begin to behave as though it were a command. You did not notice this happening. No one taught you that the body responds to the stories you tell about it, but it has been listening all along. Today we begin something new, not through force or struggle, but through kindness. I want you to imagine your body not as an enemy you must tame, but as a faithful servant who has carried the weight of your fears, your rushing, your tension, and your worries with remarkable devotion. Consider how hard it has worked to keep you moving, breathing, living, even when you spoke harshly about it or ignored its quiet pleas for rest. The body is not a broken machine. It is a friend who has been trying to help you with the tools it had. When it hurts, it is speaking. When it tightens, it is calling for comfort. When it slows down, it is asking you to pause. When you understand this, you begin to talk to it differently. A tone of gentleness enters your thoughts. You shift from demanding to listening, from criticizing to comforting. Many people come to me and say, "But Louise, if I stop identifying as the sick one, who am I?" And I smile with tenderness because this question is already a doorway to healing. Illness can become a familiar story, a companion we never wished for but learned to live with. Sometimes, without meaning to, We cling to that story because it gives us a role in life. Yet you are far more than any illness or label. You are the life within the body, not the condition surrounding it. Take a moment now to recall times in your life when you forgot your illness, perhaps during laughter with a friend, when beauty caught your breath, or when love wrapped around you like a soft blanket. In those moments, you were not holding the identity of the wounded one. You were simply yourself, open, present, alive. These moments are proof that your essence is greater than any diagnosis. Your wholeness has always been there, waiting beneath the noise of worry. Healing begins with remembering that truth, not inventing it, remembering it. Now, my darling, I want to introduce you to a gentle idea, one that has changed countless lives. It is the practice of acting as if, not pretending, not denying, but quietly stepping into the awareness that beneath every fear, every ache, every story of limitation, there is a deeper self untouched by illness. Acting as if means allowing that deeper self to guide your choices instead of the frightened voice of memory. Let me be very clear. You do not have to force yourself to believe you are healed when your mind still clings to doubt. Force has no place in healing. What I ask of you is much simpler. Be willing. Willingness opens doors that certainty cannot. Willingness says, perhaps I am not as broken as I once believed. Willingness says, maybe there is more strength in me than I have seen. Willingness says, what if wholeness has been waiting for my attention? This small willingness begins a quiet shift inside you. You feel less like a victim of your body and more like a partner in its journey. You begin to wonder what it might feel like to walk through your day with a little less fear. You start noticing when you speak about yourself in ways that shrink your spirit. You pause before repeating old stories that never truly served you. As you practice this, you will discover that the body responds beautifully to encouragement. When you say, I am willing to see myself as whole, a warmth spreads through you. When you say, a deeper part of me has always been safe, something loosens inside the chest as though a tight knot has begun to unravel. These are not coincidences. These are signs that your inner self recognizes the truth in your words. Let me guide you through a few simple affirmations of identity, gentle, non-demanding, and deeply powerful. I am willing to see myself as whole. I am willing to release the idea that I am broken. There is a part of me that has always been safe. My true self is untouched by fear. Wholeness lives within me now. You do not need to shout these words. Whisper them softly. Let them drift through your thoughts like sunlight through a window. Every repetition plants a seed. Seeds do their work quietly beneath the surface, long before the first sprout appears. Now, I want you to reflect on how effortlessly you accepted negative thoughts in the past. When something hurt, you quickly said, I must be getting worse, or my body is failing me. You believed those statements with ease, not because they were true, but because you had practiced believing them. In the same way, with patient repetition, you can begin believing thoughts of healing, ease, and renewal. Picture the body as a room filled with old furniture, fear in one corner, doubt in another, the memory of past pain along the walls. You do not fix this room by tearing it apart. You gently open the windows. You let fresh air move through it. You bring in softer light. One day you discover that one piece of old furniture no longer belongs, and you carry it outside. Another day you find the courage to remove something else. Over time, the room transforms, not through force, but through steady, loving attention. This is what we are doing with your body and your mind. We are opening the windows. We are letting in fresh thought. We are bringing in kinder words. And the most beautiful part is that your body already knows how to respond. It has been waiting for permission It has been waiting for you to speak to it as the beloved friend it is. When you begin acting as though healing is possible, even in the smallest ways, the body listens with recognition. Imagine now, just for a moment, rising from your bed in the morning with a little more softness. You sit up, place your hand gently over your heart, and breathe. You say quietly, I am willing to begin this day with peace. You stand slowly, not bracing yourself for pain, but allowing yourself to move with curiosity. You dress yourself with care, as though preparing for something good. These small acts are the first steps of acting as if. Throughout the day, you notice moments when you would normally describe yourself as the wounded one. Instead, you pause. You choose a new thought not to deny what is happening, but to guide it. You say, I am learning to trust my body. You say, my body and I are on the same side. You begin to soften into the truth that you are not fighting yourself, you are healing yourself. Your body hears every whisper, it responds to your tone. Fear tightens, love loosens, criticism contracts, acceptance opens. The body does not need perfection to heal, it needs safety. And safety begins with the way you speak to yourself. Let us linger here a little longer, because this is the heart of transformation. When you stop telling the story of brokenness, even for a moment, something inside you stirs. A quiet strength rises. A sense of identity begins to shift. You may feel a small spark of self-recognition, as though remembering a part of yourself you thought you lost long ago. You were never broken, my darling. You were simply overwhelmed by years of fear that were never yours to carry. As we close this first part of our journey, place your hands gently over your heart. Feel the warmth of your own touch. Breathe slowly. Whisper these words, I am willing to remember my wholeness. I am willing to see beyond my fears. My true self is safe and strong. I am ready to live as though healing is possible. I am whole beneath everything I have believed. Let these words settle into you. Let them become the first soft notes of a new identity, one that has been waiting patiently for your attention. My darling, I want you to understand something that can change your entire experience of being alive. Every thought you think is a messenger. Each one carries an instruction, a tone, a feeling, and your body listens with exquisite sensitivity. When you say, even in passing, I am tired, the cells take note. When you whisper to yourself, I am weak, they respond. When you sigh, I am beyond repair, the body feels the weight of those words and tries to shape itself around them, believing it is only serving you. This is not cause for fear, it is cause for hope. For the very same body that responds to statements of weariness also responds to whispers of comfort. When you say, I am healing, the cells lean forward to receive the message. When you say, I am safe, the breath deepens. When you say, I am loved, a quiet warmth begins to move through you. The body does not resist love the way it resists fear. Love softens it. Love teaches it a new rhythm. I like to think of the body as a beautiful garden. Thoughts are the seeds. Some seeds grow into fragrant blossoms. Others grow into weeds that tangle and choke. Most of us planted our gardens without knowing what we were doing. We repeated fearful thoughts because we heard them from others. We rehearsed old worries because they felt familiar. Before we knew it, the garden became crowded with plants we never intended to grow. But here is the miracle. Gardens can be tended. Soil can be enriched. Weeds can be gently removed. And new seeds, loving seeds, can be planted at any time. The moment you begin offering your body kinder thoughts, you begin changing the soil in which your health grows. Healing is a tender gardener, pulling out what no longer serves, planting what does, watering it with repetition and warmth. Fear has a physical effect. When you think fearfully, The muscles tighten as though bracing for a blow. Breathing becomes shallow, as if the body expects danger. Digestion slows, waiting for safety to return. Sleep becomes restless, because the mind is still guarding itself. These are not signs of failure. They are signs that the body is trying to protect you. It believes the fearful thoughts and reacts accordingly. But loving thoughts have their own physical magic. When you speak gently to yourself, the shoulders drop a little, the belly relaxes, the jaw loosens. The breath finds a deeper path. It may be subtle at first, but the body hears the shift in tone. It recognizes kindness the way a flower recognizes sunlight. You may not see rapid changes, but you will feel moments of relief, a loosening here, a softening there. These are the first whispers of healing. Let us try something together. Place your hands on the place in your body that aches or feels weak. Perhaps it is a shoulder that has carried too many burdens. Perhaps it is the stomach where old fear has settled. Perhaps it is the heart, bruised by worry. Wherever it is, rest your warm hands there. Let your touch be gentle, like holding a small bird. And now, say softly, I am here with you, I thank you. You may rest now. Feel how the body responds. It might sigh, it might warm beneath your touch. It might release something small and subtle. It might give no sign at all, yet still feel your words the way a child feels a mother's hand. Your body has been waiting for kindness. It has been longing for this tone. Over the years, I have heard so many stories of people who lived in constant self-criticism. They scolded their bodies for every ache. They looked in the mirror with disappointment. They approached illness like a battle, as though fighting themselves would somehow bring relief. But when they began blessing their bodies instead of attacking them, remarkable changes occurred. Aches softened, sleep improved, energy returned in small, brave steps. Not because they forced healing, but because they created an inner climate in which healing could bloom. You may not realize how often you speak unkindly to your body. Perhaps you glance at yourself in the mirror and immediately judge. Perhaps you wake each morning expecting pain, rehearsing disappointment before the day begins. Perhaps you compare yourself to others and withdraw into quiet resentment. My darling, none of this is your fault. You learned these habits from a world that did not know how powerful thoughts truly are. But now that you know, you can begin anew. The next time you look into a mirror, pause before the old thoughts arise. Look gently. Meet your own gaze the way you would meet the gaze of someone you love. Say thank you for all you have carried. Say you have done your best. Say, I am learning to care for you. These small blessings turn mirrors into portals of healing. The truth is simple. The body responds far more quickly to love than to fear. Fear shuts doors, love opens them. Fear contracts, love expands. Even if symptoms remain for a while, each loving thought is a quiet rearrangement within you, a shift you may not see but can already feel. Healing does not always announce itself with loud fanfare. Sometimes it begins with a single breath that feels easier than the one before. Let us plant a few new seeds together, small phrases the body will eagerly receive. My body is learning a new way. Every day my cells respond to love. I speak peace, and my body hears me. I am teaching my body to relax. My body and I are on the same side. Repeat them softly. Allow them to drift through your mind without effort. These are not commands, they are invitations. The body responds best when it feels invited, not ordered, when it is spoken to with compassion, not fear. You may wonder, how can these simple words make a difference? But consider how words of criticism have shaped your experience. A single harsh comment can echo for years. A single fearful diagnosis can change the way you breathe. If negative words can influence the body so deeply, imagine what loving words can do, especially when repeated with sincerity. My dear, You do not need to understand every detail of the body to help it heal. You do not need to study complex systems or memorize explanations. Healing is not found in intellectual mastery. Healing is found in gentleness. Your task is simply to provide your body with a steady stream of kind, peaceful thoughts. Life, the great intelligence that runs every heartbeat and every cell, will take care of the rest. Imagine now that your thoughts are raindrops falling gently on soil. Each drop softens the earth, makes it more receptive, more nurturing. Over time, roots begin to grow where none could grow before. The soil becomes rich, new life emerges. This is the way healing happens, slowly, quietly, through repetition, through love. There may be moments when you feel discouraged, moments when the body seems slow to respond, moments when fearful thoughts rise again, uninvited. In those moments, speak even more gently. Say, "It is all right, I am learning." Say, "My body is doing the best it can today." Say, "I love you and I am here." Fear cannot survive long in the presence of loving attention. Let us continue to explore how love changes the body. Imagine a frightened child hiding under a table. If you shout, the child hides deeper. If you criticize, the child trembles. But if you kneel down, soften your voice, and say, "You are safe, come here," the child slowly emerges. The body behaves much the same way. It relaxes in the presence of reassurance. It trusts kindness. Place your hand again on your heart or stomach or wherever you need comfort. Let your breath deepen. Let your shoulders soften. Whisper, "I am teaching my body a new language." Feel what happens inside you. Even if the change is small, it is real. Healing often begins with such small stirrings. Most people believe the body is separate from the mind, that one is a physical machine and the other is a cloud of thoughts with no real influence. But this is not true. The mind and body are partners, dancing together in every moment. What the mind thinks, the body feels. What the body feels, the mind interprets. They move as one, and when one changes its rhythm, the other follows. That is why this work is so powerful. When you think loving thoughts, you are not merely thinking, you are nourishing. You are instructing, you are shaping. You are awakening the innate intelligence within your cells, the intelligence that knows exactly how to mend, restore, and renew. Let me share something that may bring you comfort. The body always moves toward healing when conditions allow it. It strives for balance. It reaches toward harmony. It does not cling to illness out of stubbornness. It simply responds to the signals it receives. When you shift those signals from fear to love, the body gladly moves toward the light. Perhaps you have moments when you feel frustrated with yourself, when you think, "I should be better by now," or "Why is this taking so long?" These thoughts tighten the body. They send messages of urgency and disappointment. Instead, try, saying, "I am healing in the perfect way," or "My body knows the right pace," or "I allow myself to rest in patience." These thoughts create space for healing to unfold more naturally. I want you to feel something important. You and your body are not enemies. You are companions walking the same path. The body is not betraying you, it is communicating with you. It asks for rest when exhausted, nourishment when depleted, comfort when frightened. Listen to these messages with affection. They will guide you toward choices that support your well-being. Let me give you another affirmation, one that has helped many people restore a sense of harmony. My body is my friend. We learn together, we heal together, we move toward peace together. Say these words whenever you feel discouraged. They will remind you that you are not alone in your healing. Now imagine standing in a warm, gentle stream of light. This light surrounds you, flows through you, fills you with ease. Imagine that each thought you release into this light becomes part of its warmth. As you think loving thoughts, the light brightens. As you think peaceful thoughts, it softens. As you think healing thoughts, it strengthens. Your thoughts shape the quality of this light, and the light shapes the quality of your health. This is the living truth. The body obeys the loving mind. It responds to each kind word, each gentle breath, each forgiving thought. Healing is not a distant dream. It is the natural result of treating yourself with love. My darling, you are learning to send new messages to your body, messages of hope, peace, and trust. These messages will guide your cells toward renewal. They will teach your nervous system to rest. They will show your breath how to open, and slowly, beautifully, the body will begin to follow. My darling, so many beautiful souls postpone their lives because they believe they must wait for a perfect moment of perfect health before they may feel joy or take part in the world again. They say, when I am well, I will live, and they do not see that life waits for no condition. Life knocks each day asking to be let in, and healing grows stronger when you step gently into the day instead of waiting outside of it. You do not have to leap into grand activities or pretend to feel what you do not yet feel. Living as the healed self begins with the smallest steps. It may be as simple as stretching your arms slowly, allowing a breath of morning air to reach your chest, or letting the sunlight touch your face before you speak a single word. Healing is not found in pushing. It is nurtured in willingness. The smallest gesture of willingness carries more power than 1,000 strained efforts. There is a great difference between forcing yourself to be positive and quietly choosing one kinder thought. Forced brightness has no roots. It collapses under the first breeze of fear. But a single gentle thought, chosen sincerely, sends a whisper of comfort through your body. It says, we are not in danger. We may soften a little, and when the body softens, healing becomes possible in ways you may not yet see. Let us imagine your morning. Instead of rising with dread, you place your feet on the floor and pause. You place a hand over your heart. You breathe slowly. You say, I am willing to begin this day with ease. There is no demand in that sentence, no struggle, only willingness. And the body hears it, the breath deepens, the shoulders release. The day opens like a flower awakened by dawn. Each day offers countless moments in which you may practice living as the healed self. When you prepare your clothes, choose something that brings you a small sense of dignity or comfort. When you eat, bless your food and invite it to nourish you. When you step outside, even if only for a moment, greet the sky as though it were greeting you. These are not trivial actions, they are quiet declarations of life. Identity of the healed one is not created in a single breakthrough. It is woven slowly, lovingly, through choices that may seem insignificant but are in fact the threads of a new self. The way you rise from bed, the way you touch your body, the tone in which you speak to yourself, the manner in which you meet, each small task, all of these teach your body a gentler way to live. You may say, but Louise, how can I act healed when pain still lingers? Acting healed does not deny the body's present state. It simply chooses the teacher. Will you let fear teach you today, or will you let love teach you? Will you let the memory of old discomfort command your steps, or will you allow your inner self to lead with quiet strength? You are not pretending, you are remembering. Let me guide you through a simple scene. Imagine yourself preparing a meal. Instead of rushing or bracing yourself, you move slowly with presence. Your breath stays open, your shoulders soften, your mind says, I am learning to trust my body. This single thought changes your posture, it changes your expression, it changes the way the body organizes itself around your intention. This is living as the healed self. Perhaps you walk down a hallway, perhaps only a few steps. You lift your chin slightly, You allow your arms to swing lightly. You walk not as someone expecting struggle, but as someone practicing grace. The steps may be small, but the shift is immense. Each step says to the body, "See, we can move with gentleness." And the body listens. It remembers the ease it once knew. There may be moments when you do not feel strong. In those moments, imagine your healed self standing before you, calm, radiant, steady. She does not rush. She does not strain. She extends her hand and whispers, "Come with me. I know the path." She does not demand perfection. She guides you with love. You may borrow her strength for as long as you need. Let us explore the power of inner rehearsal. In your mind, lift your arms with ease. In your mind, walk a little farther than usual. In your mind, breathe deeply without tension. The body responds to imagined movements almost as clearly as it responds to physical ones. Every gentle mental rehearsal teaches the body what is possible. You are writing new instructions on the inside. Many people live in fear of their own bodies. They move with caution, speak with hesitation, guard themselves even when resting. But you may begin releasing that fear by taking one unguarded breath. One moment of letting your shoulders fall. One moment of trusting that your body is not an adversary but a companion learning alongside you. Living as the healed self means allowing the body to feel safe again. Now let us bring in the mirror, one of the most powerful tools for creating a new identity. Stand before your reflection, not to judge, not to measure, but to meet yourself. Look into your own eyes and say, "I am learning to live as a healed person." This sentence alone begins to break the old spell. Say, "I am willing to see myself as strong." Let the words linger in the air. Let your image receive them gently. Mirror work is a doorway into a new life. Your reflection becomes a witness to your healing. Every kind word you speak to yourself plants a seed in the garden of your subconscious. The more loving the words, the more quickly new blossoms appear. You may not see immediate results, but deep within, roots are taking hold. Something in you is changing. Let me guide you through another simple scene. You walk past a mirror during the day. Instead of looking away, you pause. You smile softly. You say, "I am doing well." You say, "I am learning." These words turn rather ordinary moments into medicine. Over time, your reflection begins to show less fear and more light. Life responds not only to your actions, but to your inner tone. When you expect good, good finds its way to you. When you expect improvement, improvement comes in small but meaningful ways. When you carry yourself as one who is healing, the world rearranges itself to match your new posture. You begin noticing supportive people, comforting experiences, and gentle opportunities where once you saw only obstacles. The universe listens to the music of your heart. When that music is composed of fear, you hear echoes of fear around you. When it is composed of hope, hope returns in many forms. Living as the healed self is a way of tuning your inner instrument. It aligns your thoughts, your breath, your choices, and your expectations with the possibility of wholeness. Let me give you a few affirmations that support this new way of living. Today, I walk as one who is recovering. I take part in this day gently. I allow myself to enjoy moments of peace. My life is unfolding now, not later. I'm willing to walk in trust. Repeat them as often as you like. Let them echo lightly within you. They do not demand dramatic change. They invite quiet transformation. Healing is not a straight path. Some days you will feel open and full of calm. Other days may feel heavy or slow. But even on slower days, you may still practice living as the healed self in small ways, softening your breath, choosing kinder thoughts, placing a hand over your heart, blessing your food, speaking gently to your body. These small acts create consistency, and consistency builds identity. Imagine again your healed self. She is not someone far away. She is not a future version waiting in the distance. She is here now, within you, whispering guidance. She is the part of you untouched by fear, untouched by illness, untouched by old stories. She knows your strength. She knows your worth. She knows the path home. When you act as the healed self, you allow her to step forward. Let us explore how ordinary experiences can become part of your healing. When you wash your hands, imagine cleansing old fears. When you drink water, imagine nourishment flowing into every cell. When you lay your head on your pillow, imagine your body resting in the cradle of life itself. These small symbols become powerful forces. They transform each day into a sacred ritual of renewal. You may feel tempted to rush or judge your progress, but remember, the body thrives in calm, not pressure. Living as the healed self means pacing yourself with kindness. It means saying, I choose to rest now, or I will move slowly, or I trust the process unfolding within me. There is no need to prove anything to anyone, not even to yourself. There may be moments when the old voice rises and says, this is foolish, or nothing is changing, or why bother? When this voice appears, do not fight it. Fighting strengthens it. Instead, place a gentle hand over your heart and say, I hear you fear, but I choose love now. And then breathe. Each breath becomes a small victory. Let us pause and breathe together. Inhale deeply, as though drawing in the warmth of the sun. Exhale softly, as though releasing years of tension. Again, let your breath be a reminder that you are alive, and being alive means you are capable of change. Every breath is a new beginning. Now let us imagine a simple walking meditation. You take one step and say silently, I am healing. Another step, I am learning. Another step, I am willing. These steps may be small, but each one reprograms your inner rhythm. Each one teaches your cells a new pattern, the pattern of hope. Let us imagine a moment of laughter. Even if it is small or brief, it arrives like a ray of sunlight breaking through clouds. Laughter is one of the greatest healers. It tells the body we are safe. It opens the chest. It brightens the face. It loosens old tension. Even a smile carries healing power. Allow yourself moments of lightness. They are not signs of denial. They are signs of life. Living as the healed self means letting joy in, even when your mind says you must wait. Joy does not require perfect conditions. It requires only openness, and joy is medicine. Now, place your hands gently over your heart once more. Feel your warmth. Feel the steady rhythm. Speak softly. I am learning to live as the healed self. I welcome small moments of peace. I allow my heart to guide me. I am willing to see myself as strong. Healing is happening within me now. Let these words sink into the deepest parts of you. Let them settle like seeds in rich soil. You are already living pieces of your new identity. With each kind breath, with each gentle thought, with each moment of trust, you strengthen the path beneath your feet. My darling, healing cannot be separated from the act of releasing what no longer belongs to you. The body carries memories the mind has tried to forget. Every unspoken grievance, every unresolved sorrow, every moment of guilt or disappointment has left a small imprint upon your cells. These are not punishments. They are simply reminders of where tenderness is needed. So many people believe they are failing when illness lingers, but often the body is holding stories that have never been given permission to be laid down. Not because you wish to carry them, but because no one showed you how to release them. You did what you could with the knowledge you had. Now, with gentleness, we open a new chapter. There are burdens tucked inside the body that the mind has long avoided. The heart remembers the words spoken in anger. The stomach remembers the moments you swallowed your truth. The throat remembers the times you silenced yourself to keep peace. The muscles remember every time you tightened in fear. And the body, being loyal, keeps holding these memories, hoping one day you will notice them and set them free. We do not blame ourselves for illness. Blame has no place in healing. But we may lovingly acknowledge that carrying unresolved anger, guilt, or sorrow keeps the body in a state of quiet tension. Healing requires space, and tension fills that space. When you release resentment, even a little, you create room for light. When you forgive yourself or others, you open windows where air may finally move. Let us begin gently. I invite you to recall, only as much as feels safe, someone or something in your past that still weighs on your heart. You do not need to relive the pain. You simply acknowledge its presence. Imagine placing this memory in a soft, warm light, the kind of light that does not judge or scold. See it resting there, held with care, then whisper, I am willing to release you. I choose peace for myself now. Willingness is enough. You do not have to force forgiveness. You do not have to pretend all is well. You simply offer a gentle opening. The body feels this opening like a window cracked after years of being shut. Fresh air begins to move through you, subtle but real. You may not notice it immediately, but something has shifted. Now let us turn our attention to the body itself. Many people secretly resent their bodies. They feel betrayed by discomfort, frustrated by limitations, angry at symptoms that seem to appear without reason. This resentment is natural, but unspoken resentment weighs heavily on the very organs you wish to heal. Place your hands on the part of your body that has caused you the most worry. Rest your palms gently, without expectation. Whisper, dear body, I forgive you for not meeting every expectation. I know you have tried to protect me in your own way. Feel how these words soften you. They are medicine. The body softens when forgiven. It has been longing for this understanding. Now let us consider something else. Illness may have been a strict teacher. It slowed you when you rushed. It asked you to listen when you ignored yourself. It guided you to introspection when the world demanded outward attention. Though the lessons felt harsh, they brought you to this moment of awakening. Let us bless the teacher, not because the pain was pleasant, but because it brought wisdom. And now you may declare gently, the lesson is learned. I am ready for a gentler path. There is a type of self-blame that sits quietly in the corners of the heart. It whispers, if only I had done things differently. It says, I should have known better, or I waited too long, or I have ruined my chances. My darling, these thoughts are lies learned from a world that did not understand the grace of life. Life does not keep score. Life does not punish. Life offers endless opportunities to begin anew. Every morning the sun rises without asking what you did yesterday. Every breath is a fresh chance to choose again. If you have blamed yourself for your illness or your suffering, let today be the day you release that blame. Say, I forgive myself for not knowing what I know now. Say, I did the best I could with the awareness I had. These words free the heart from self-attack. Let us perform a small exercise together. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine standing before the old identity you have carried, the one that called itself the sick one, the weak one, or the wounded one. This identity was shaped by fear, by misunderstanding, by experiences that were heavier than you knew how to carry. It is not your true self. It is a coat you learned to wear. Imagine holding this old coat in your hands. It may feel heavy. It may feel worn. It may carry the scent of old beliefs. Now imagine placing it gently on the ground, not with anger, but with gratitude. Say, thank you for how you tried to protect me, and then step away. You are not discarding yourself. You are releasing a role that was never meant to be permanent. Now we will invite affirmations of release to enter your mind like a soft wind clearing old dust. I now choose to let go of the past. I forgive myself and others and am free. I release old pain with every breath. I allow new space for healing. Every exhale frees me a little more. Speak these phrases slowly. Let each one settle like a pebble dropped into still water. The ripples will continue long after the words fall silent. Releasing is not a single act. It is a gentle, ongoing softening, a loosening of the grip, a surrender of what was never yours to carry. The past can feel like a closed room with no windows, but forgiveness opens the door. Even cracked slightly, it lets light enter. You may feel that you are not ready to forgive completely, and that is all right. Forgiveness is not an event, it is a journey. It begins with willingness, a willingness to see yourself without condemnation, a willingness to see others through softer eyes. Now, imagine a memory that once hurt you deeply. You do not need to enter it fully. Stand at its edge and look at it from the vantage point of your present wisdom. Notice how much you have grown since then. Notice how much courage you have developed. Notice how you survived what you once thought impossible. This perspective alone begins the release. The body often holds on because the mind has not felt safe enough to let go. But now, in this peaceful moment, whisper to your body, it is safe for us to release. Feel the way the breath responds. Feel the way the shoulders shift. The body responds to permission. Sometimes releasing the past requires mourning the life you once thought you would have. That is not weakness, it is honesty. You may grieve the lost years, the lost opportunities, the moments you believe were stolen from you. It is healthy to acknowledge this grief. When tears come, see them not as sorrow, but as cleansing. Tears wash the inner windows, they lighten the heart. Now place your hand gently over your abdomen or your chest, wherever the emotions gather most strongly. Tell your body it is safe to feel. It is safe to let go. If emotions rise, allow them. If they do not, trust that they will come in their own time. You are not forcing, you are creating space. Let me share something tender. Forgiveness does not condone harmful actions. Forgiveness does not erase the past. It frees you from carrying it. It restores your energy from the grip of old memories. It returns your power from the hands of those who once hurt you. It makes you sovereign again. When I speak of releasing others, I never ask you to pretend the hurt did not happen. I ask you to stop letting that hurt define you. The past cannot be rewritten, but you can rewrite your relationship to it. You can say, this no longer shapes my identity. You can say, I now claim my peace. Let us imagine another scene. You stand before a river. The water flows steadily, peacefully. In your hands you hold small stones, each representing an old hurt, an old belief, an old memory that no longer serves your healing. One by one, you drop them into the river. You watch the ripples carry them away. You feel lighter with each stone released. The river does not judge the stones, it simply carries them downstream. Releasing the past does not mean forgetting it. It means loosening its grip on your present. It means saying, I am more than my memories. It means choosing not to re-enter old rooms of suffering. It means allowing the door to close gently behind you as you step toward something brighter. You may notice physical shifts as you release your breath, deepening, your stomach relaxing, your spine straightening. These shifts are signs of life returning to places where it once retreated. You are creating space inside your body for healing to take root, for new patterns to form, for the identity of the healed self to become your natural way of being. Let me give you a set of affirmations to support this sacred unburdening. I release what no longer serves me. I am willing to forgive and be free. My heart softens with every breath. The past is over and I am safe now. I welcome the light of renewal. Repeat them gently. The body hears every syllable. As you lighten your emotional load, you will notice that old tension begins to melt. The shoulders do not tighten as easily. The breath moves more freely, the stomach unclenches, the throat releases. This is not imagination, this is the body responding to inner peace. Pain often lives in places where forgiveness has not yet reached. Let us take a moment now to bless the past, not for what it did, but for what it taught. Say softly, "Thank you for my growth." Say, "Thank you for my strength." Say, "I am ready to release you." Blessing the past seals the door through which you step. It allows you to walk forward without dragging the old stories behind you. Now take one final breath with me. Inhale deeply, drawing in life. Exhale slowly, releasing a piece of the past. With each breath, you shed another layer. With each breath, you grow lighter. With each breath, you reclaim space for healing. My darling, you have carried enough. Now let life carry you. My darling, now that we have walked together through remembering your wholeness, speaking lovingly to your body, living as the healed self, and releasing the burdens of the past, you stand at a doorway. It is a quiet doorway, not dramatic, not loud, but like a gentle threshold made of soft light. On one side is the life shaped by fear, by old identities, by memories you no longer wish to carry. On the other side is the life shaped by willingness, by gentleness, by trust, and by the truth that healing is happening now. Walking forward as the healed and free self does not require perfection. It requires intention. Intention is the quiet flame you carry in your heart, guiding you through each day. It says, "I am choosing healing." It says, "I am willing to see differently." It says, "Life and I walk together." When intention is present, healing cannot help but follow. Let us begin by creating morning